Great, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, and then I'll put it up. It'll probably take the half the day once we're done to do whatever it does, and I'll put it up on YouTube, and I'll forward it to you. Okay.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, so let's start out first with just the BIM 360 Glue app. Okay, so it looks just like this. It's just a big B, and it says Glue. I suggest just click on it, and then I suggest pinning it to your taskbar because you'll probably need to use it, and if you have it on your taskbar, then it'll be easy to find. So just double click on that, and when you double click on that, what you guys should see, if it's the first time that you've ever joined, is a prompt to sign in. So all you guys need to do is use your email just to sign in, then put in your password. Okay, and once you do that, it should, oh, awesome. It should do that. No, it should not do that, definitely. I literally just had this working. Well, second try, no big deal. The internet is fine. Okay, there. So now what should happen is you guys should see this, okay? So don't ever mess with the region because unless you guys are going to be doing stuff in Europe anytime soon, you're not going to need to select, change the host region. So just stick, obviously stick with the United States. And then what you guys should see is at least two hosts right here. You should see ASTI Glue, and then you should see Andy Egan's. Do you guys see that, or do you guys see more?
Just those two.
Okay, so Andy Egan is going to be the one that you guys are going to use, probably 99% of the time going forward. But this morning, since we're just doing training, we're going to go use the ASTI Glue one. Okay, so just everybody click on ASTI Glue. Okay, so next when you see that, you should see, I guess basically, I'm not sure if you guys see all the projects or just one, but you should see a bunch of tiles that give you, that kind of say what different projects they are. Do you guys just see one, or do you see multiple?
Just one.
Okay, great. Well, okay, so if you're looking at my screen, what you're going to see in the Andy Egan profile is that there's going to be a ton of projects in there. There's going to be more than one. Okay, so they're typically just sorted by alphabetical order. So just if you scroll it all the way down to whichever one you need, you just click on it, and then it'll take you to it. So let's just select the Andy Egan one right now. And so right now what we're seeing is that this is the home page for our Glue site. Okay. So on the left here we've got the overview, and that's basically this page. Okay, so you can see we've got it tells us what the job is. There's a little thumbnail of your all's logo. It says if there's any merged models or any models in there. Okay. Also, there's the merged models button. Okay, so just like before, you can see everything on this overview page, but you can only see, you can see merged models and models. But then if you click on this one, you can review all of the merged models, and then if you click on this one, you can review all of the models that are associated with your project. Okay, so if you look over here, you can view things in a list view or in like an icon view. Okay, so if you want to see, if you need to see like a thumbnail of what the model looks like, you can view it here. You can also upload models here and add folders, what I want everybody actually to do, I want everybody to add a folder that is their name. So just like this, just click Add Folder, and then just make the folder their name. Okay.
Your name.
Okay, great. So next, what I want everybody to do is I want you to go to, I probably should have asked you guys to do this before, but can everybody download these files onto their desktop? The files that I sent you. If you don't have the exact files that I do, that's not a big deal. You should have, let's see, let me go to that one, okay. You should have all of these files right here.
Perfect.
Okay, so download those onto your desktop and like just take the whole folder and download them on there, okay? And what I want everybody to do is either like as a prefix or as a suffix of these, just put your first and last initial, okay? If you know, if there's like a conflict or whatever, use you know, let's say there's another MR out there, just use all three of your initials. Surely there won't be a third. Okay, so just for all the files, I just want you to rename them with your initials.
I don't remember which initial. Yeah. Well, you know, when you go by aliases. Yeah, proof that beer fest this weekend. Is it? Yeah. Friday and Saturday. That'd be a good pay to start drinking again. Yeah. Supposed to rain today and all that. Doesn't change the flavor of the beer. I was going to use all. I heard some rumbling. I went back to bed. It was lightning when I drove in. I was going to use all 5 of my initials, but I decided to only use 3. No, it's actually true. I do have 5.
That's awesome.
Well,
I wish you would have.
Yeah, it's a Roman numeral. My parents didn't have a lot of imagination.
Mine either. I'm a junior.
I'm a 6th.
6. Wowee.
Yeah, no imagination. You did really good. Yeah, the 7th was actually. When are they going to break the string? He broke it. He did. Yeah. 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 Done. He was born 7/7 and 7/7. Yeah. 7/7. You got the number, sir. Probably.
All right. So, okay, great. So has everybody renamed all their files?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So, I'm going to show you guys essentially how to upload files to Glue. Shoot, wrong thing. It is really quite simple. You could just hit the upload button right here, which I'll let you guys do here in a minute. Okay. You could, if you had a Revit model. So let's say your general contractor gave you guys the architectural file for the project. You could very easily just open the model and then hit the glue button inside of it. Select your project, and then select your view that you want to upload, and then you pick the folder. Okay, so I am going to do that. I'm just going to put that in there.
You don't do that.
Yeah, if you guys want to open up the ductwork file or the mechanical file, you guys can follow along with me. You don't have to. We'll just use my file as my mechanical file as the as the I guess catalyst. Everybody will share that one, but basically that's all you do. You just hit the glue button, and then bam, it's done. So it actually already went and did it, so let's take a look at what's happening here. Okay, so when I glue a model from Revit or from CAD or where, append it from Navisworks, whatever, okay, it actually, it goes through a little thing. It'll tell you, like a little icon will pop up telling you when it's glued. Then when you're in there, if it's not complete yet, then it's going to say a model is gluing. Okay, if it is complete, then what you're going to see is a little thumbnail view of the model. Okay, so also, like once a model starts, uploading, you're going to see these three little icons down here. Okay, so since this one hasn't been open, we don't have a thumbnail of it yet, but I'll come back and I'll show you guys that in a minute. So we've got these three little icons. So the first one there is the markups icon. The second one is clashes, and the third one is viewpoints. Okay, so if there are any active clashes, viewpoints, or markups in this model, these icons will be orange. Okay, so you'll be able to see that there are active things going on with this model. Okay, so we've got that one mostly done. So now let's go into Fab. Okay, so just like in Revit, if you're in Fab, which you guys are going to primarily be gluing your models, you can just go to the BIM 360 tab and glue your model. Okay, you just BIM 360 and then hit the glue button. Okay, and it's it's the exact same process as in Revit. Okay, the only difference is that instead of picking a view, because you can pick different views in Revit, you're just going to choose to upload the whole file. Okay, so I've got it in there, so I'm just going to hit glue it. Again, you're going to see the status bar happen, and it's going to let me know when it's done gluing. Okay, so there we go. So we can see that the ductwork one, it just notified me that that one has glued successfully. So I could choose to go to glue, or I could just hit OK. I'm just going to hit OK. So now let's check here. Let's see if we've got two files going up there. Okay, great. So now you can see that, like I said, the thumbnail's populated, so you can basically see what this file is right here. It's the ductwork file. And next, what we've got going is the hot water and cold water. Okay. So again, this one is gluing. Okay. So those are two ways that you can very easily glue a model. Okay. Now the third way is just by hitting upload. Okay. So I'm actually going to select my folder. So what I want everybody to do, I want you guys all to select your folder. Okay. Then hit upload models. Okay. And then when that pops up, you're just going to see a drag and drop functionality. So give me a second. Let me find my models here. Okay. So why don't you guys just select, let's see, all of these models. You guys should have the hot water, cold water. I've actually already got that one up there. So, but pick the hot water, cold water, then the architecture, the steel, the storm, the floor plan, the sprinkler, and the, well, I've already got the hot water, cold water. So yeah, so those, just pick those, okay? And
everything.
Yes, drag and drop them in there. Okay.
Yeah.
So when you do that, you see it gives you a comprehensive list of all the files that are in there. It's, this is pretty typical for what you see with most things. So basically you can see down here it's giving you a status bar for each item that's being uploaded. Okay, so I can see that Marcus is doing it. Okay, so while we're uploading, let's talk about the differences here between models and merged models. Okay, so how many of you guys have actually ignore all? If you get this, just ignore it. Don't worry about it. It's saying that there's a bad reference in there, so I'll just have to go and fix that for me next time. But okay, so how many of you guys have used Navisworks before? Have any of you?
Yeah, most everybody.
Okay, well then this will be pretty easy. Okay, so think of models as just your files that you're attaching. Those are like your NWC files or your all of your files that go to make your confederated model. Okay, and then a merged model is exactly what it sounds like. It is all of your models that have been combined to become a confederated model. Okay, so this is like your NWF. This is the file that you guys are always, you're updating every week during coordination. You're using Glue and or Navisworks to run your clash reports. You are basically, this is the one that you're adding viewpoints and markups to all the time. It has all of the, basically it has all of the information in the model. Okay. So let's also talk about kind of best practices here. So I always suggest, and what I've found from experience is that people like to build and model off of the floor plan. So to me, I think that it's good practice to do the same thing in Glue. Build your merged models off of a floor plan, because that's what to me that's as much information as anybody needs at any time. Okay, just one floor plan, because it's get if you've got multiple floors on there, if you've got multiple buildings on there, more than likely it's going to be too much information for everybody. It's gonna move slowly in Glue. It's just it's going to be more than just about anybody can handle. So best practice for me is just build off of the floor plan, model off of the floor plan, glue off of the floor plan. Does that make sense to everybody? Do you know what I mean when I say that?
Just have a model for one floor at a time?
Yeah, one floor, one building. You're going to get optimal viewing and performance from that. So I definitely recommend that. Is that how you guys typically work right now?
No, usually we
No?
do the entire building.
Okay, well then disregard what I say. If you guys use the whole building, then I know that you guys have a tried and true trusted workflow. So keep doing what you're doing and disregard what I just said. I should have asked first.
We built our CAD models by floor, and then we merged everything in the whole
Okay.
building.
So well, yeah. So you're kind of following it. You kind of agree with me then. It's just in Navisworks, you like having everything. You like seeing the full picture. Okay. So does everybody have basically has everybody's files, have they all uploaded? And can you basically see or do any of them say model gluing?
Mine still do.
Okay. To double check it, why don't you guys click the merged model button and then click back on the models button, because sometimes it kind of sticks, it doesn't refresh automatically. Looks like I'm seeing everybody's. Okay.
Yeah, mine is, it's nothing under mine. I don't know what's going on with mine.
Oh,
Yeah, yours are not.
Wasn't somebody getting breakfast burritos?
All right, Mary. So what's is it saying that it's just taking time? What is it saying that they're in progress, or did it fail? What happened?
That's fine.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the book goes to the 70 part now.
It did a minute ago.
So it's scheduled to start like anywhere between 5
Okay,
and 8.
Mary, like what do we need to do to help you? Like, what do you want to try to re-upload them again, or is it what's it doing?
Upload again. Bob and
Okay.
Iron.
Bob jumped out of his chair and ran over there and is now attempting to correct the situation.
Putting out the fire.
Mm-hmm. See, you know, we need a video screen for you, you know?
Yeah, so that I can monitor whatever. Yeah, what's going on?
Either that or maybe like a hologram.
Yeah, there we go. Just like
Yeah,
Star
like
Wars.
Star Trek. Yeah. Well, I went Star Trek.
Oh,
You know, you went Star Wars, you know, okay.
Well, same thing.
No. Different.
Same difference. Just different strokes, you know? Different preferences.
So where are you out of?
I am out of Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay. All righty.
Yep.
You don't have
Okay.
to
Well, yeah, originally I'm from Louisville, Kentucky, so I'm right there in the middle. I'm not northern or southern. I'm just right there in the middle.
It's kind of fun listening to you. We've got a bunch of y'all.
He actually talked correctly. These Yankees up here, they have issues.
Okay, there we go. Okay, great, Mary. So now we're cooking. So I'll wait for a little bit longer for you so that we can actually start building a merged model. But I guess while we're doing that, let's look at the difference between the thumbnail view and the list view.
Michael,
Okay.
real quick.
Yes.
When I had this with Mary's and mine, when we upload those models, it asks unsolved extra. I just hit
I
ignore
have
all.
that too.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah,
is
yeah.
that-
Sorry, I glanced over that on mine, but yeah, for the floor plan, there's going to be an unresolved X reference. I've just got to fix that for the next time. I apologize for that. I don't know how I missed that.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, so
Models for our other glue project. So I didn't know
yeah,
if that.
you probably want to check that. But for this instance, just don't worry about it. Okay, so great. So, Mary, you've got all of your stuff in there. So awesome. And please pardon if you guys can hear the baby screaming. My 1-year-old is not happy about changing her clothes. I'm working from home today, so because we're going to the zoo later today, or not zoo, the circus. So. I apologize if you guys hear a screaming baby right now.
You might hear it over here too. We apologize.
Usually that's me, though.
well, good. Then you'll feel right at home.
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
Okay, so next what we're going to do is I want everybody to create their own merged model. Okay, so typically what we would do is, you would just create, for you guys, you would just create one merged model probably per building. Is that correct? Or would you do it for the whole project? How do you guys typically do it?
Usually we'll have one for the entire project, and then we might have separate ones for other things we want to.
Okay, right. So most often you're not going to have a ton of merged models. You're going to have probably, if you break it up by floor, then you're just going to have the floors or segment or building or whatever. You're not. There's going to be way fewer merged models than models. Because again, just think of it in Navisworks terms. This is your NWF file. This is your NWD file. This is your file that you're working in every day, that you're updating every day, okay? So just to create a merged model, I just want everybody just to hit add merged model up here in the top. You could add a folder if you wanted to. So let's say this was a multi-building project. You could put like folders for just building A, B, C, D in there if you wanted to, okay? I'm not going to do that because we kind of already learned how to do the folder structure when we were building models, but just hit add merged model, okay? And so then I want you to click on your folder, okay? And just select all of the models in there, okay? So I have 2 more models than everybody else. So what I actually want everybody to do is once you've selected all of your models, I want you to use the filter to filter in MER dash. Okay, so what should happen then is it should only bring up the files that are associated with me, okay? So since I uploaded the ductwork and the hot water and cold water, well, you guys should only have to do one. So yeah, so just for the ductwork, which is this one right here, this green and pink one, just select that one file, okay? So select this one file and then all of the other files that are in just your folder, okay? Now, once you've done that, just let's just put in our name right here. So let's just say
MER.
okay, so I mean you can name it whatever you want, but I'm just naming it after my name. So let's talk about this a little bit more. So once you're done, hit merged models. Okay, so I'm going to leave mine up there so that you guys can kind of copy it. Okay, so let's talk about this. So you guys, I know that you guys have a pretty good naming convention. So when you're using glue, just like when you're using Navisworks, you need to make sure that everybody's files have the naming convention that you guys are using, okay? And you need to make sure that they are, when they're uploading files, they're not uploading something like, I'll just use this one as an example. Like they're not, maybe this is your all's naming convention. It's, name of the project, then, the trade, and then the company or whatever. Then hopefully if they're, make sure that they're not putting, make sure that they're not putting like the date on there, okay? They do not need to have the date on their file. They just need to push up just whatever the name of the file was the first time that they pushed it up. That's what they need to push up, okay, to glue. Okay, so just like Navisworks, this works. Whenever the file is updated, you need to but it needs to have the same name. Otherwise, it won't show as being updated. Okay, does that make sense? So always make sure, like I said, your files don't need to have the date on it. Tell your subs, hey, if you guys want to keep the dates, the date on your file for or maybe you guys are running the coordination. Tell your team if you're
Get here.
if you guys are you saving things for your own posterity, then that's fine. You can save the the date on it, but do not upload it to Glue. Okay. Okay. So has everybody merged their model? Okay, great. So I'll just do that to mine. So when you hit merged model, basically what it does is it's going to create it's going to bring you into Glue. Okay. So you're going to see basically all of the files populate kind of one by one.
If you right click on it, you can do view.
Okay, so let's see. For some reason, we're having a bit of an issue with viewing there, so I want... Okay, so what I want everybody to do, since there's for some reason things are kind of going wonky here, I want everybody to click on this little Models tab right here that I clicked on, okay? I want you to right-click on the architectural model, and then I want you to select Isolate. Okay, so then once you've chosen to isolate, you hit Isolate, so let me just do it. What you're going to see is essentially what I see here. Okay. Now to unisolate, okay, why didn't it do it? Okay, so next to unisolate it, just right click again and then hit unisolate, and then you're going to see it, okay? Okie dokie.
Right click and hit the or well, oh, you probably have it isolated. Go out and go back in. Restart. View. Nope. You just.
Okay, so if you guys don't have the ductwork, that's fine. Why don't you guys? I want to add a model. Hit the models button. And actually, I'll go over this in a little bit, okay? We'll go over this in a little bit, okay? But all that I need, I want you guys to, if you guys can see at least the building, with the grids on it. Maybe you won't see the grids because your options aren't turned on yet. We'll go over that in a second. But if you see generally what I'm seeing, maybe there's the ductwork's not showing up, then we should be good, okay? So let's so what I want everybody to do next is if you look over here on the right side, there's this little view cube, okay? And then when you roll over it, there's this little home button. I want everybody to right-click on the home icon and then hit Set Current View as Home. Okay? So when that happens, so let's just zoom out, okay? With our mouses on the little rolling ball on our mouse, let's just zoom out, okay? Just kind of like this. Whenever we hit that home button, it's going to go right back to this exact view that we chose, okay? So if for any reason we get lost in the model, like maybe we're way off out here on the horizon and we can't find the building, from here on out, we've got the we've got our home button. That'll take us right back to the model so that we can see everything. Okay? Has everybody got that? Let me know when you guys are done. All right. Okay. So next, let's talk about I guess just the interface right here. Okay. So first, up here at the top, you see the host. So if you're part of different hosts, then you can quickly kind of navigate from host to host. Okay. You don't need to click anything now. You guys should just see ASCII Glue and then and Egan. Next, what you're going to see are the projects that are associated that you're attached to that are associated with that host. If you were to click on Andy Egan, you'd see a whole lot more. You should only see one project since you're in ASCII Glue. I see more because, of course, I train people, so I'm part of like a million projects. Okay, then finally, the last thing that you see right here is this is the merged model that you're in. So this should be different for everybody else. You know, everybody else should be in their own model, right? So finally, what you see right here is just like a little refresh button. So whenever we update stuff, you know, whenever something gets updated, you're going to see a little orange dot right here, okay? And then just whenever you need to update the model, you just hit refresh, and then it's going to bring you the most updated data, okay? And we'll kind of see that in work here later, okay? Next, you can search things. So if you just hit search, then you can do that, okay? So if I wanted to hit, say, let's see, spools, then it could search for it, you know? So if I wanted to say, let's see, VAV. Okay, so I can search for things. Okay, next, there's the help button. Then finally, there's the profile button, okay? So right here, you can review on the profile button. You can review your account settings. You can view your admin stuff. If there's any downloads that you need, you click on that, and it's going to take you to a page where. So let's say you for some reason you guys don't have the Revit add-in for 2017, or you don't have the APL add-in or whatever. Okay. Well, this is going to take you to a page that is going to let you download the add-ins for BIM 360. Okay, so that's what. Again, I'll show you. That's what this downloads when you click on downloads. Okay, so you can sign out. You can learn more about Glue. You can contact Autodesk if there's a problem. I don't suggest contacting Autodesk. I suggest that you contact me because I will kind of I'll be able to help you faster. Here you can just view the community, like the forums. So maybe you can see if anybody else has a problem, they've already solved it. There's admin, and then there's options. So if you want to add people to your project, you can do that right by clicking on admin. So when you do that, all you have to do, or it's going to bring up this website that you see on my screen, and all you're going to have to do is just click on the members tab if it doesn't already take you there. Then just pick add a member. So I'm just going to add my my Gmail account. I'm going to add him. Okay. So when you add a person, you can set their I guess their rights. Okay. So for this project, I made everybody a project admin, just to make sure that they had all of the needed, every bit of access that they possibly could, okay? Full member, basically a full member is going to have all of the access that a project admin does, but he won't be able to add other members. He can do everything else in Glue, though, okay? A limited member, he's just going to be able to upload and view things, okay? And then a reviewer, all that he can do is just review things, okay? So those are basically the four, I guess, sorry, send it. Those are the four roles, I guess, that you can have, okay, in BIM 360 Glue. So I just sent an invite. So basically, that's what you're going to do with admin, okay? Now let's look at options, okay? So I'm going to click on options, and what I want you guys to do is just kind of, we're going to start in general. Okay, so did everybody see where to get that? You just click on your profile. It may just be your initials up here. It may even be blank, I'm not sure, or it could be a picture. But we've got your picture, roll over that, and then select options. Then when that happens, this little guy comes up, okay? Okay, so when we're in the general options, what you're going to see is we've got, you can toggle on or off a 2D view so that you can quickly get around the model. I'm just going to turn that one off for the sake of this. If you wanted to, for some reason, turn off your navigation tools, which are these tools right here, you could do that. Same with the view cube. You could choose to turn that on or off. Let's see, next you could mess with the camera transparency or markup thickness. I don't suggest doing any of those, but you can mess with them. You can also change your markup color. Okay, so I'm just going to change mine to red. You guys can change it to whatever color you guys want. It could be green. It could be your favorite color. You could even pick a color if you so desired. Okay, so you can do that, and then you can also have the default. You can change the default text size if you want. Okay, so now let's talk about this one. This is one that you may want to have on. You may not want to have on. Sometimes the grid lines annoy people. I like personally having them because it makes it easier for me to, when I'm doing a clash or when I'm doing a markup, to easily kind of locate where I am in the building. So you can kind of see if you toggle on and off, then it's going to turn the grid lines on or off. Okay, so you guys can pick which one you want there. Let's see. Finally, right down here, we've got the XYZ differences. So whenever you're measuring something, you're going to see not just the distance between something, but also the X, Y, and Z differences. So if you're just trying to get a like a elevation measurement, then you can know that that's what you're getting because you'll see them down here. Okay, and I'll show you guys that here in a little bit. Okay, so finally, in this general tab, you could choose to restore your toolbars. Okay, so sometimes, let's say you move monitors, or maybe you're on the road and you need to review glue. Well, sometimes the toolbars kind of get out of whack because maybe you're using your secondary monitor to view glue in when you're at your office, but then when you're on the road you don't have that secondary monitor. You've just got your computer monitor. So they may be not showing. They may be something like that. So whenever the toolbars aren't working as intended, just hit Restore BIM 360 toolbar defaults, and they'll basically bring them so that they are all on, they're all going to work on this project. Okay? So this is one that, if for some reason you can't find any of your menus, just hit Restore BIM 360 toolbar defaults. Okay? So next is the background. I'm not going to really mess with that, but just know that you can, basically choose to, you can choose what your background looks like. So if you want to have it look like a sunset, you can set it up so that, you've got a fun little sunset. We'll go with that. So if I wanted it to be like Earth, I guess I could do that. Okay. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to pick plane, but just be advised. You can choose plane, graduated, or you can even have a horizon. Okay. So next are your advanced tools. Okay.
Yeah.
So for what unit do you guys typically use? Do you guys use feet or feet and inches, or like what do you guys use?
Feet and inches.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so if that's what you're using, then just go to feet and inches. If you guys use fractions for the fraction of inches, then use that one. Okay. I always just use feet because that's how I always worked. So it's completely up to you, but you know, set it so that it matches how you guys work. Okay, this is probably the most important one, the most important option that we're going to do. Okay. You can choose how many decimal places you want to view. I always just do 2. You could do 3 or 4, but it's totally up to you. Okay, so next is visibility. Okay, so if you guys are working on, if you guys want to have your CAD background in there just for reference, make sure that you turn on visibility for text and lines. Okay. Then if you want to, you can choose to display materials. So when that happens, basically this, you know, this is going to show Revit materials. I suggest turning it off because if, you know, especially for you guys, since you guys are working in CAD, your the color of your, you know, your all's ductwork is going to come into glue. So don't mess with the don't put the display materials on unless you want to like show, I guess, realism. Okay. I would suggest having hardware acceleration on, and then I wouldn't mess with anything else, okay? You can always restore the defaults here. But let's just hit save here, okay? So we've got all of our options set exactly how we want them. Okay, so does everybody have, I guess you said most of you guys have used Navisworks before. Like, is everybody pretty comfortable with movement in Navisworks, or do you want me to go over that?
Yeah, I think we're pretty comfortable with that. Just when we try and walk in this model, we get launched 10,000 feet away or so. Is there a way to change your walking speed?
Yeah, it did just do that, didn't it?
We have that a problem with a lot of other models that we use in Blue, and we haven't figured out how to change that yet.
Okay, that's a good question. Let's see.
We've been waiting for you for that one.
Well, let me try something. Let me try to be sneaky here.
Frame rate?
Oh, mine's at 60. No, change
Mine's
Yeah, it's crazy.
You like 60?
Yeah, as long as you don't have a lot in there, it makes it less choppy. A lot of stuff, graphics can't handle it.
Can't handle it. Maybe on your computer. My like.
Oh, Lord. Wow, that is really fast, isn't it?
There has to be a way.
Okay, let's see here. I'm gonna open this in Navisworks and we'll see how if I can change it there.
It's possible.
I don't think it sticks back when you save the model. I've done that on ours, and it's still.
Well, it may be that you have to save something to it. Maybe you have to start with. Maybe you have to send a viewpoint up. So that's what I'm actually going to try. Okay, and Egan. Okay.
60.
Alrighty. There we go. Model. Okay, great. So we'll just go to.
How fast it shifts the image.
Yeah. So there's part of the problem.
Higher the frame rate, the
Where we at?
better.
Where we at? Where we at?
Choppy it'll be, but your graphics card has to be able to handle it. If you have a larger model, this model would be.
Okay, so next I'm going to save a viewpoint.
Anything in here. So then once we get to the walk, it's different. It's just, they gotta use it to learn. Really.
Okay, so got our home on there, so now let's see if we can shared view.
So now it's which out of we can do the next one.
Okay, so let's try that. Let's see if that helps any.
Play with it. Make sure you
So bear with me, guys. Sorry, you guys got me with a good question here, so I'm testing it out. Okay, let's see. Next, viewpoints. Typically it works faster than that. Okay, let's see. Why aren't you showing up? Okay, so we got that there. 901, 902, so it should be immediate. Let's see if it just, for some reason, it's getting stuck up on something. Okay, my model did not. Okay, let's see. Viewpoints still not showing up. There we go. Okay, so now let's see if if when we walk, if it's still no, it's still ridiculous. So how often has this been happening for you guys?
all the time. We just started. I haven't worked very much until this newest project, and we were just starting to do work the last few weeks, and then we have the training. So I figured we'd training, but
Okay.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to send in a ticket for this. I'll do it after we're done here, but wow, that's really frustrating.
we made.
That
Ooh, it doesn't fly too. Not just walk.
So
If
that
you do
so you
fly,
can't.
it'll take off.
There isn't a way to change your rate like a Navish fast your viewpoint move.
yeah. I don't believe so. No, there's no
Automatic.
way to
Would
do
it
that.
be? I don't know. Is there a setting? Would it be a different setting for like if it thinks we're the conversion is feet or instead of miles or something? So it's actually moving at 1 mile a second instead of thinking 1 foot a second. I don't know. If there's an option.
I mean, yeah. Let me look for that. I'm testing it right now with. I'm testing it with all the different options. Maybe there's like an option that maybe if we go to the basic system.
Yeah, really just lower.
Nope. Okay. Well, that's really frustrating. That's the first time that's happened to me. Like I did training last week on this model, and it did not do that to me. Okay, I'll send in a ticket for that immediately as soon as we're done here. I may even actually maybe at 10:30 or something 10 o'clock when we take a break. I may even just send it in then. Okay, so let's move on. I'm sorry, I'm sorry about that. I've never seen that one before. So
Try all the other buttons.
That's what we're here for.
Yeah, we like to create problems.
Well, I'll find that. We'll get that started. Okay, I promise we'll find we'll get that solved. Okay, so if everybody is feels pretty confident about how they're how to move around in Navisworks, other than when you're using the walk or the fly button, I'll just go over those real quickly. Okay, so you can use your navigation wheel if you want to. It works just like in Navisworks. You can just pick what you want to do. Whew, man, it still just flies. Yeah.
Home button. Nice. Not that I never use that.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, we're just using the pan or the zoom or anything else besides fly or walk.
Yeah, which is pretty frustrating because walking is the best tool.
That's all I ever do. Sometimes I run. Usually I walk.
Yeah. Okay. Well.
It's okay. I'm versatile.
I think
I'm old.
Part of it may be, let me.
But now we get you don't usually use those other buttons because walk is so easy.
That's what he
But
just
maybe
said.
it's nice to, we might find something
No,
never knew before.
No, we're all.
Okay. Well, yeah, it kind of got me frazzled here. Sorry. So, okay. So you can use the view cube. You can use the hand or to pan. So if you just click and then you drag, then it's just going to drag you around. The zoom window, it's going to zoom you in. Just click and drag, and then it's going to zoom you in. For both of these, the little rolling wheel on your iPad, or sorry, not iPad, on your mouse, it's just going to zoom you in and out as well. Okay. See, there's the orbit tool next. So basically, you just click on an area, and then you can see that you're pivoting around that area. So it's pretty easy just to move around like that. Next is the look around. So this is going to look around from your particular viewpoint that you're currently at. And then there's walk, which is frustratingly not working right now. And then there is finally the selection tool. Okay, guys. So what I want everybody to do is just why don't you guys go and pick a VAV here, and then let's once it's selected, hit View Properties. Okay. Right click on it. Yeah. So just pick one of the little guys that I'm attached to. So one of these VAVs right here.
I don't see any VAVs.
Okay. Well. Oh, you don't see ductwork. Okay, fine. That's fine. Pick one of the pieces of steel. Okay, so click on it, and then right click. Okay, and then hit Properties.
And all my steel is like really transparent for some reason.
Okay, there we go.
Right click, hit properties.
When you get out and come back in, it doesn't leave.
All I did was put,
Okay, so basically you're going to be able to see all of the Revit properties that are attached to those items, okay? So if I were to come over here and click on
We got a mountain scene. There we go.
Screensaver.
okay.
We're better now.
Okay, so now let's see. For you guys typically have spools in there. So what I'm trying to do now is kind of show you how to view those. Okay, so there we go. There's one of them. So we'll just click on that. So same thing, like you guys typically use spool drawings. So basically what you do is you click on an item, or you click on it in your model, and then you right click and so choose to view properties of it. Then this properties tab comes up. Okay, so you can view either the object properties, and so you can see the name right there, or you can view the parent properties. And typically the parent properties are where you guys are going to have your all of your all's custom attributes that you guys are bringing over from Fab. Okay.
Right click on view properties.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry.
I was looking for properties, not view properties.
View property. Then you can
Okay, so
right click on hit parent. It'll tell you like what that is.
Yeah. Yeah, probably. Yeah, parent. It's kind of like Navis, how you can click on it and use the same stuff. So you can have that open.
Okay. So you can basically view any property that is attached to that specific object. Okay. So if you need to review something, if you're not sure what you're looking at, then you can just right click, view properties, and then figure it out eventually. Okay. Okay. So next, I mean, you know, if everybody's fine, I'll kind of fast forward from you know, viewing things. You know, we've got the view cube that you can quickly toggle around to. If everybody's completely fine with that, then what I'm going to do is we'll just jump right into all the buttons over here in glue. Is that fine with everybody?
So with
I think everybody's there.
Okay, great. So so far what we've seen is basically Navisworks, you know, functionality. You know, we're pretty comfortable with it, right? All these buttons over here we know, okay? So next, the stuff that may look foreign to you are these little buttons over here on the left, okay? These are our glue-centric buttons, okay? So in Navisworks, you know, you've got a you know, kind of scary, kind of complicated tab system with a ton of buttons that maybe you know, you probably know what 10 of them do, you know. Maybe, you know, if you're an advanced user, then you probably know what half of them do. But you know, here there's only these 8 buttons, okay? So if you want to move your this toolbar wherever, let's say maybe you want to move it to a different monitor or whatever, you can just click on this little, you know, on the top tile, and you can move it around wherever you want it to go. I always like just having it on the left just because that's where I'm used to it, okay? So just like down here, there's a selection tool. So the whole idea of it is basically on either side of the screen, you've got a selection tool, okay? So wherever you are, you know, on the screen, you've got a selection tool that's close, okay? So next is the measurement tool. Then we've got the models tool. We've got the view tool and then the markup tool. Finally, we can view recent activities, and then we can view clashes. And we can also view attachments. So if there are attachments to, let's say, our VAVs, or this spool had its spool sheet attached to it, we could actually review those. Okay? So first thing that we're going to start in is the models tab. Okay? So you guys were saying, hey, some of you were saying, hey, we don't have the ductwork. What's going on here? Okay? So if you don't have the ductwork, that's fine. But basically, it's this model right here. So this is what we're going to be looking for. It's the BIM 360-ductwork. Okay. So what I want everybody to do is click this first button right here, and then in the filter, just type in ductwork. Okay, and for some reason it's not showing up. Do I not have it in there right?
Yeah, I'm going to take the, no.
Okay, great. Sorry. Actually, select my name in the select my folder, then type in ductwork.
Yep.
Okay. So next, if you want to add it, just hit the checkbox and then add model.
Michael.
So yeah. So if I wanted to add, Mike M's architectural file, then I could do that. I could hit add model. See? But you guys just want to do my ductwork file.
Yeah, here's the folder.
My add model thing doesn't come up when I click in Michael ductwork to enter. I just click on that. Oh, I gotta check it. There you go. There you go.
I'm gonna go with that. Paperclip.
Okay. So did everybody see this model, and then have you guys had a chance to push it into your project?
Loading.
Okay, great. Why is it doing that? It's so stupid. Okay, so again, same thing, if for some reason your model gets pushed away and for some reason the home button is not working as intended, like it's not working for me, you can either choose to isolate or you can choose to fit to window, and it's going to take you to, just click on any of the models and it'll bring you right to it. Okay?
So you go to the model button again, or how do you get?
Okay, now it's not even doing that. There we go. Okay, so now does everybody see this file right here in their Models tab?
Okay, we're confused. Okay, I'm off. I don't know. I was sleeping.
Go to like any of the model architecture, right click.
Okay.
Then go back to it and I got it again. I'll go back to your architecture. How come it doesn't save that?
Okay.
Okay, so does everybody see the ductwork file on there now?
I did, and then I hit the home button and I
Blew it up.
Okay, that's fine. Just click on any of the drawings. Let's just right click at any of these things and then hit fit to window.
isolated and unisolated, it came up, and then I tried to hit the home button. I lowered the other one.
We have ductwork. How warm is it down there today?
I've been outside, but yesterday it was like perfect. It was like 70 degrees, like you know, like 5-degree wind, so it was just nice and cool, and it was nice. Why is it bad up there?
You know, it's Michigan. I'm from Tampa, so
Yeah, that's
Michigan.
That's a big difference.
Yeah, I know. It actually in the last week it's been in the 50s and 60s, which is like 70s and 80s for normal people for this time of year. So it's been phenomenal because we could have like 3 feet of snow on the ground and be -10.
Yeah.
So it's supposed to get nasty today and tomorrow.
It
So
was 68 on Wednesday and tomorrow high at 24.
yeah, it's not nice. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
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 That's rough.
I'm moving. No, I'm serious. I'm moving.
No.
I'm going back to Florida in about 7 months.
Oh,
Oh, once you retire? Is
Yeah.
that what you said? Yeah. Nice.
Semi-retired. I don't think they're going to let me retire.
My dad just semi-retired as well.
Yeah. I don't think they're going to let me.
Now
Somebody's got to draw for me.
So far, it seems
Someone's got to do it. Okay, so
Gotta do it. Besides that, I mean, how much fishing can one do?
yeah, for my dad, it's golf. I wonder how fast he's going to get bored with it.
Yeah, mine is fishing. I have goals. Tarpon. So, kind of like where did you find that?
Yeah, Marcus showed me that.
Where is that? I don't want to know yet.
Graphics accelerator, because our graphics accelerator isn't doing anything half the time. You got to tell it to use the program. I'm gonna try and use the it really helps with nav.
My things work well.
Steam.
Yeah, compared to what? That is pretty.
Okay, so everybody's good. Everybody has the ductwork in there now, right? Okay, great. Awesome. Okay, so we just learned our first little thing in glue. So you can, if you don't have all of your models in there, if like let's say a trade is late, like maybe the pneumatic tube guy is behind schedule.
That's always
yet.
You know,
doesn't have a
Hasn't
contract.
been hired yet.
Yeah, exactly. Then what you can do is you can just whenever he gets you can build your merged model, and then once he brings his stuff in, you just hit add models to the current merged model, and it'll bring in a new, it'll bring his model in, okay? And so then from now on, his file will be attached to your merged model, okay? So now let's look at all the rest of these tools that are on this Models tab, okay? So we can add models. We can create a new merged model. So if we wanted to, we could, just completely change this one, okay? We've got this one that's grayed out, which I'll show you how to use in a second. Then there's the equipment sets button, and then there's this little down arrow for more actions, okay? So you can adjust the units, you can download a file, you can delete, or you can share it with BIM 360 field.
Adjust unit.
Okay, so let's say, just for sake of argument, that see, which one do I feel like using? Let's just use this. Everybody click on the storm drawing, okay? So if you check the box over here, then basically it's going to allow you to select that model, okay? Also, I guess what I should show you too beforehand is basically, you know, if you see right down here, you can choose to hide certain elements in your model. You can, up here at the top, you can choose to hide everything, or you can just choose to hide, you know, certain models, or, you know, you could even choose to hide, you know, like specific things. So if I wanted to hide all of my duct fittings, then I could do that. I don't know why you'd want to specifically do that, but, you know, let's say you wanted to hide all of your flex ducts, you could do that. Or, you know, you could change, you could basically do that. You could select them or you can hide them, okay? So you can hide one element or all elements or all associated elements, okay? Does that make sense?
To hide that, then I can't hardly see the screen. You just click on, what do you do? Click on
The eye next to it.
Yeah, so yeah, click on the eye right next to whatever that you might want to hide, okay?
the whole model.
If you open them up.
So when you click on it, like you'll notice, see, if it's showing, then the eye is going to be dark gray, and if it's not showing, it's going to be barely visible. Okay, so that's how you can tell if something is visible or not. Okay, also if you know, if it's not visible, obviously, but okay, makes sense. So if there's something in your way, then you can turn it off and hide it. Okay, just like in Navisworks. Alrighty, so does everybody have the storm drawing selected? Okay, so when you select a drawing, what you're going to notice is that this move and rotate selected model option came up. So let's click on that, okay? So this is going to pertain to you guys because you guys are going to be, you know, if you guys are building your drawings, or I guess your, you know, if you're building your, let's say your plumbing files off of a floor plan, you know, and you're not starting with, like, let's say it's a 3-story building. Typically, the way that you guys, I'm assuming the way that you guys work is you just, you know, you're doing offsets from finished floor. You're not doing it from, you know, like a 0 coordinate. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay, so if you guys, you know, if you guys are using a, you know, gonna want to view a multi-floored, you know, model, then what you can do is you can just basically select the model that you want to offset. So we selected the storm drawing. Then you just, once you do that, then you select move and rotate selected model, and then for the Z coordinate, you just move it up whatever the you know, whatever the elevation is for each floor. So let's say that there were 14, these were 14-foot floors, you could actually do that. Okay, so when I do that, you actually see, pardon me, okay, for some reason you can actually see that it that it moved it up. Okay, so if I need to edit it, sorry, I don't know why my model is just being a jerk today. Let's just say, okay, we don't need it 14, we actually needed it just 2. Why are you doing that?
Select the check file. Or you want to isolate it, or you're going to move it? You just want to. He's moving it up and down. Oh, okay. That's right.
Yeah. Yeah. So if you want to move it, you know, up a floor, then you can. This is the tool that you're going to use. I would not suggest. You know, you're going to want, if you need to like transform it, like let's say something is way off. I would suggest going into Navisworks and doing it because you can rotate it and you can, basically it's better to do it in Navisworks than it is in Glue. Or maybe you do it in Navisworks first and then you get the you get the rotation that you need from there. Okay, because right here you can't snap and set you can't transform it like you can in Navisworks. If you don't know what I'm talking about, then don't worry about it. Just know I would not mess with the rotation unless I knew exactly how much I needed to rotate the building. So I would never ever mess with this with this, I guess, row. I would only mess with with the transform of feet. Okay, if there is a time where you need to rotate your model and you don't know how to do it, you guys can feel free to call me and I can help you guys through it. Okay, I can definitely help you guys align your model. Okay, but if you wanted to do it in Glue, you could do it here. Okay, so I'll just hit. Should have hit cancel. That's so annoying. Okay. So next is equipment sets. So you guys are using equipment sets quite a bit. So I'll show you guys basically how to create an equipment set, okay? And I'm assuming this is how you guys are doing it, okay? So you guys, I know, are creating spools. So what we're going to do is, like I said, we learned how to use the properties menu before. So what I want everybody to do, let's just go over here with me because I know that I've already actually created this it's going to be in the top northeast corner of the building. Okay?
And right click on one.
Yeah, select it and then right click it.
Hit the window.
Okay? And then, okay, so what you're going to see is when you select it, you see all of the different pieces of the model, okay? All the different couplings, see all that, okay? So if you want to basically, if you want to create it as a spool, go all the way up here to where it's named. So right here we've just got HW spool 1, okay? So in your model viewer, just click there, okay? So you can either click in your model, like in the model space and do that, or you can click it in your little menu, okay? You can right click and you can say view properties, okay? Okay, so for you guys, if you, let's see, where are they? Click on parent, then click on attributes, okay? And next what we're going to do is we're going to want to go down here to where it says fab type, and we're going to right click and choose to create equipment sets. Okay, is everybody following along? Again, you select the item, then you pick. Okay, sorry. I'll go again. Okay, so yeah. So let's just pick a pipe. We'll pick this one or this guy right here. Either one, it doesn't matter. So I'm just clicking on this. Right click. View properties. Okay. So it takes me to this right here. Okay. So I actually want to view the spool information. So I can see over here that this is part of this spool assembly right here, okay? So I'm going to actually come up here and click on the name HW spool, okay?
We don't have any spool name.
Yeah, the file that came in our data set is not spool.
It should be. So you guys don't see any of these names in here?
No.
This is under hot water, cold water drawing.
HW spool 14, 15.
You have that?
I didn't search for it.
Okay, why don't you guys, can you guys, what how about this? Search for HW dash up here. And go all the way up to the top. Tell me if you see, tell me if you guys see what I'm seeing right here in blue.
Yep.
Oh, right there.
Okay.
HW dash.
So this would be a good way for you guys to do, like, you know, however you guys name your schools, you know, you could always search, like, hit the search button up there, and it'll find all of them in the model. Okay.
Ooh, crashed me.
There's some schools.
Okay.
Click on it. Click on it. Yeah. Then click one of those and click that one. There's some schools down here.
Oh.
Okay, so I've got that school selected now. I want to select the parent properties of it, and then I want to select the attributes. Okay, so the attributes are this in your all's workflow. This is the attributes are basically all of the, you know, properties that you guys are purposefully pushing from CAD MEP into Glue. Okay. So just to create an equipment set, you select the spool, then you select the parent property, okay? Then on this drop-down, you pick attributes, okay?
What if you don't have attributes?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, like, do you have it selected over here? Do you have the
Yeah,
HW spool
one select, and I
Okay.
did properties.
Okay, look in object. See if in object you've got it then, because you may have this one selected. It's possible. So.
Oh, that's the parent. It's under object. I have attributes.
Okay, so yeah, you guys selected the very top thing. So I selected something that wasn't the group, I guess. So yeah, that's fine. So go to item, then attributes. Now you should see these guys.
Yep.
Okay. So now to create an equipment set of all of your spools, just right-click on where it says spools down there at the bottom, right next to fab type. Right-click on it, and then you can either choose to select similar, or you can choose to, if you know that you know, this is how you're going to create them, just hit Create Spool Equipment Set. Okay? So when that happens, it's going to automatically name it for you, and it's saying that there's 57 of them. So let's just name it spool.
Spool.
You can name it whatever you want, but so like what other types of objects are you guys you know, using equipment sets for? Like, are there any other objects that you guys are using?
Yeah, valves, pumps, welds.
Okay.
Pretty much. Yeah, I mean everything.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So you could translate this process to all of those things. You just select a weld, you'd select a valve, and then you would find the property that, you know, basically calls it a valve, right-click on it, and select, and then create an equipment set. Okay, it's the exact same thing. So same thing if I wanted to do VAVs, which is just these little boxes right here. I just select it, right-click, choose the properties, then I pick a, I just find a property that matches all, like, everything that I'm looking for. So let's just say, okay, so I want it to be, let's see, right click, then I can just do that. Same thing, okay? So that looks right. So I've got all my VAVs right there. Okay, so basically I can, these are kind of like my search sets, okay, in Navisworks. but they're not nearly as powerful as the search sets in Navisworks. But you know, they're excellent for like basically transferring data from BIM 360 Glue to BIM 360 Field, or from, you know, your fab model to BIM 360 Field ultimately, which is that is your all's workflow. Okay, so that's how you create search sets, or sorry, equipment sets. Okay, and again, to open up to toggle the equipment sets menu on, you open your models tab and then you just click the fan. Okay. All right. So now let's talk about the last little button here. Okay. So so now once you've created your search sets, you're going to want to share it with Field. Okay. You're going to want to share your model with Field. Okay. So all you have to do is just in your models tab, you just click more actions and then share with Field. Okay. So that'll push this model to BIM 360 Field for later use. Okay. So let's just do that. That'll show you how to do that. So also, let's say, you know, there's some other things that you want to do. Like maybe you just wanted to download this ductwork file. Since you guys don't have it, why don't you guys just do that? Click the checkbox for the ductwork.nwc file, and then hit download, and it'll download that file for you. You could also you know, adjust the units or delete the file, but just for the sake of this argument right here, we can just download right there. Okay, so if you need to download just that file for whatever reason, then you can do that. Okay. Then finally, you know, there's the search functionality right here, and we already used that. So everybody feel pretty good about the models tab?
I've got a question about that.
Okay.
If you downloaded that ductwork file to your, where like our files are stored on our desktop right now, but
right.
I pulled it out, the one I have attached to the model is the one out of your folder. Does it automatically update the path, or do you have to reattach the model?
Let's say for sake of argument that it was a DWG file, right? And it was like, this was the hot water cold water file. Okay, if you downloaded this and then you made changes to it in CAD MEP and then re-uploaded it with the same name, then it would update whatever changes you made in CAD MEP,
including the path to a different folder.
Yeah, it doesn't upload the path at all. It just overrides
No.
the model, stores it on the glue. It doesn't upload the model back to the path. Yeah.
Yeah.
One, two,
It's the
where it's
name.
from.
Yeah, and the
So
folder.
just because I downloaded it, doesn't it mean that it now knows that file?
Joe's there.
Right.
Correct.
Working with that file.
Yeah, it's still in the model. Yeah, you're just downloading it for your own personal use. So if you need to do that, you know, so that you have a historical, you know, historically accurate, you know, I guess, you know, view of your model, then you can do that. You can set it up that way if you want. Okay, you can download a model if you need it for historical purposes or whatever, or maybe it's the end of the project. Maybe you need to have it for you know, your final, you know, as-built or your final coordination documentation, whatever. Okay, but you can download stuff from Glue. Okay. So I feel like we've got the models tab pretty good. Now let's go to measurement. Okay. So just click on the ruler. Okay. We'll also close out the equipment sets because for right now we don't really need that one. Okay. So now we've got the measurement tool. Okay. So you can measure 4 different ways in BIM 360 Glue. You can measure from point to point. You can measure an angle. You can measure area, or you can measure shortest distances. Okay. So you can also save it as a markup once you are done measuring it, okay? Or you can clear your measurement, okay? So let's look at point to point, okay? We'll start right there. So point to point, basically I am just selecting one spot in my model, can be anything, and I'm measuring it to another spot, okay? So right here you can see the distance between those two exact points that I picked are 21.74 inches. Now, when I look down here, you can also see that the x, x, so from east to west, or west to east, I guess, it's 20.98 feet. From, north to south, it's 4.77 feet off, which is about what? That's 4'9", almost 4'9 and a quarter. That's probably what you guys would see. Then Z would be 3.12, so that would be 3 foot 1.5 inches in vertical space. Okay, so you can kind of see, if I zoom in, you can see the blue, red, and green lines right there. You can see they're showing, so it shows you all of the possible measurements that you could want. Okay, so this is good because it'll help you, but like I've found I don't particularly like using the point to point because I don't know, I'm not 100% sure that I'm viewing the exact dimension that I want. Okay, so I always like using shortest distance. So that kind of brings me up to shortest distance. So let's click on that one, okay? So now what I'm going to do, I just selected shortest distance. You can see that's selected because it's blue. So I'm going to select one object, and now I'm going to select a second object. Okay, so actually I already did select multiple objects. Okay, so shortest distance. So I'm going to clear. Okay, so all right. Why are you still? There we go. Okay, so here's one more thing that I want everybody to do. Let's see. See if I can go to. Okay, I want everybody to kind of zoom out, and I just want you to kind of select like right in the bathroom right here. It should select a room. So what I want you to do is I want you to actually hide the rooms.
What did you do? The whole room?
Select a room.
Yeah, just select anywhere, like in like the down here. Select anywhere down here and just click somewhere. And it should, like on your models tab, it should show should bring up the rooms. I want you to hide those. So just like this, I want you actually to hide those. They're actually on there twice, so you may need to do it a second time. So you just select again, and then turn it off on both the architectural and the steel file. Okay? So level 1, rooms. Just make sure that both of those are hidden. Okay? Does everybody see that? Okay. Are we good?
Your model.
Okay, I'll bring them back up again. here's the locations of the things that I want you to hide, okay? Just click on your architectural model, then drop down, click on the drop down for level 1, and then select rooms and hide them, okay?
Oh, maybe do it well.
Then, yeah, select same thing for steel, level 1, hide the rooms. Okay, so just make sure that both of these are hidden. They should be one of the first few things that you see in the selection tree. Has everybody got that?
So okay to do all the rooms?
Yes. Just hide them all. Okie dokie. Has everybody done that? Are we good?
I think so.
All the rooms are hidden with steel and architectural.
Alrighty. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to measure shortest distance. So I apologize. So if the measure tab went away, just click on the button again, and then what we're going to do is just choose shortest distance. Okay, so we're going to select one object, then we'll select the second object. Okay, and so what that does is it's selected, you know, the shortest distance between those two objects. So when you zoom out, you can see that the elevation of this duct, the bottom of duct, is 11.75 or 11 foot 9 inches. If there's insulation on it, of course, it would be, you know, 2 inches lower. But I didn't model insulation for this. Okay. Same thing if I wanted to measure the distance between these two ducts right here, the rectangular ducts. Then all that I would do is just I would make sure that I had shortest distance on. It's blue. I know it's selected. Select this object, and then I select that object, okay? And it shows me that the distance between the two is 7.67 feet, or 7 foot 8 inches.
Because you could go just like that, and it's going to tell me it's 17 feet.
Bottom, analysis.
I never use it.
No, I don't trust it.
Okay, so is that working for everybody else? How's distance working for you guys, or shortest distance? Okay, so next let's look at area. Okay, so if we wanted to measure the area of a room, we can do that. Okay, so let's just choose the area button, and what you're going to see is it's, again, when it's selected, it's blue. So I'm just going to do my best to actually, I'm not going to do my best. So let's look at this. So if I want to select this surface, then I can select that, and it's going to show me, it's going to give me this icon that's that I'm selecting this surface. Okay. If I'm on the pipe, it's going to, you know, kind of go around it. Same with the steel. Same with this wall. Okay. You can kind of see how the surface changes of it, right? Well, if I want to select a specific corner, I need to make sure that this icon, can you see can you see it right there? That's kind of like a little asterisk almost. If I want to select a corner, then I need to make sure that that pops up, okay? And that shows me that I've selected an edge. So once that pops up, I just click my mouse. Then I'm going to go to my next corner, and I'm going to try to do the same thing. It's kind of tough to toggle sometimes, but you know, just zoom in, you can get the hang of it. You'll get the hang of it. Okay, so there we go. I've got two of them. So now I'm going to, let's just say I'll select this corner. Okay. Okay. Then I'll finally select the fourth corner. Okay, so I could keep selecting corners if I wanted to. So if I really wanted to, I could have, just done the area of, just this room. But just to make it simple, I just picked a square. Okay, so once I do that, it shows exactly what the area is. Okay, so if I want to finish it, I just hit enter. Okay. Actually, that's not working. But okay, so if I want, let's say that I want to save this because because someone needs to know this is the square footage for this. Okay. Then what I can do is I just hit save as markup. Okay. So when it does that, it saves the information there. Okay. Same thing with shortest distance. If I wanted to measure the shortest distance, I could save that as a markup as well, okay? With any of them, essentially, okay? So now let's mess with the angle, okay? So this one's kind of tough. I don't know how you would verify this in the field, but you can measure an angle if you needed to, okay? This one would be kind of tough to verify in the field. You probably, if you were verifying it in the field, you'd probably be verifying it. If you had like if you're using like a robotic total station or something. But you can measure angles as well if you want. Okay. So what I want everybody to do is I want everybody to create two markups, or say I want you to save two measurements as a markup. I want you to do an area, and I want you to do a shortest distance. Okay, actually let's do three. I also want you to do a point to point. Okay, so just use the measurement tool and then save them as markups. Okay, so point to point, area, and shortest distance. I don't care if it's of a room. I don't care if it's just of something that you've, just like a arbitrary set of points. It doesn't matter to me what you measure, but I do want you to measure something. Okay, so I'm going to give you guys the next 5 minutes to do that, and then I'll kind of go to a random person's and we'll review. Okay.
Where's it save it?
Hit save as markup. Where does it save it? I'll show you that next.
Okay.
I'll show you where it saves it next. Okay. Pardon me, guys.
Well, all right.
I don't know.
Okay. So has everybody gotten there?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to pick Marcus's first.
Marcus's go first. What?
All right. So he's having the same problem that I am with the view being stupid. Okay. So let's go to. So that brings us to our next part of the of training. So whenever we mark up, whenever we hit save as markup, when we're measuring, it goes to the markup tab. Okay. So you can see right here, he did a point-to-point right there, and then he did an area of this bathroom. So there we go. Good job. Let's see. Why don't you? Can you also do an elevation? Just select anything, and then select the floor below, and then we'll get the elevation. So good job there. Let's see. We'll go to Bob's now. Awesome. I wonder if I did something. I must have done something to this file that Glue does not like. Okay. So now your markups. Oh wow. You went above and beyond there. Okay, so you measured point to point there.
Wow.
Yep.
The big different ones.
You were not messing around. You used your time wisely. There's your shortest distance. Okay, awesome. Wowee. Okay, so that's awesome. Now let's go to... Let's go to one more. We'll go to Mary's. Oh, unable to connect to the internet. Awesome. Never something that you want to see when you're doing training. Markup. Okay. Gotcha. So you edited yours. Okay, so let's just...
Yeah. Weird, ain't it?
Okay, so what you did was you modified one markup. So that's pretty cool. You can do that. Let's shrink this down. That's cool. Okay, so awesome. Okay, so good job, everybody. So I'm going to go back to mine.
It's just broken.
It's broken, isn't it? Wait. Did I see something?
That was.
What is is someone's not working?
Yeah, we got one of them is the markups aren't coming up. The button for the markups is stuck blue, but it's not showing up anywhere. The markup.
Okay. So okay, great. Well then, go to options. So click on your profile picture or whatever it is up here in the top. Choose options. Yep. Hit Restore BIM 360 Toolbar Defaults.
Okay.
Now the blue's gone. Now try it.
Yep.
Okay.
Let's see.
Now let's see if it pops up.
Hey.
Perfect.
There you go. So see, my guess is that you've used glue before and you use it on your secondary display. Because that's always what happens to me whenever I go if I'm working at home and then if I decide okay if I'm working from work and then if I decide that I'm gonna work at home one day, then that's what happens to me too.
Okay.
Okay.
Default. Cool.
Okay, great. So you can see, as I did and as Mary did, that basically you can have multiple markups that are actually attached to that, to a single markup file, I guess. So if you need to have different information but in the same viewpoint, then you can do that. Okay. So the way to edit it. So if everybody, actually, what we're going to do instead of viewpoints, let's just go down the list here. Okay, so let's start simpler. Let's go with viewpoints. Let everybody click on this, the eye with the triangle. Okay, the all-seeing eye, I guess. So let's click on this one. Let's mess with viewpoints first. Okay, before we get into markups. Okay, so I've got my home view in there. I don't know if you guys have it or not, but why don't you guys just, first thing that I want you to do, why don't you just get the model so that we are looking at it in plan view looking north. Just like what I'm showing here. Okay, you can choose right up here if you want to view it in perspective or orthographic. Completely up to you. I'm going to choose perspective. Of course, when I do that, it upsets it. And there's something, I've got something messed up with this. I've made, okay, so just get your model so it looks just like mine, okay? And then just hit the this first button right here and hit Add View, okay? So we're gonna call this we'll just call this Plan. Okay, so I've got my home view and I've got a plan view. You guys might just have a plan view, that's fine. Okay, so the first, just like I guess we'll go over the menu bar here. Okay, so first button is just to add a view, which we just did. The next button is to add a section. So if we want to section this model off, then we can do so. Okay, so that would apply to you guys. If you guys wanted to create a section for just level 3, you could do that in your models. For just level 2, level 1. Okay, so that would help you guys whenever you were coordinating level 1. You could just create that viewpoint and then start working off of that viewpoint. Okay, so I'll show you guys how to do that in a minute. You can add folders, and then you can notify someone of a viewpoint, and you can you can choose to change to the view, or you can even delete the view. Okay, finally you can search. Okay, Also, what you're going to see is that there's shared views, and then there's views that are just for you. So if there's views that you want everybody to see in your project, and typically that's what you're going to want to have. You're going to want to have views for everybody. Then you can have them as shared views, okay? So, and if you just want to have some that were your views, like maybe you're working on an RFI and it's not quite there yet or whatever, you know, maybe you can just have that view just for yourself, okay? So, yeah, so we've got, so, you know, just like before, if you click on something, you know, you can check it, and then you can, you know, you can notify someone of it, or you can change to that view, or you can delete it, okay? So if I wanted to delete it, then I could, okay? Also, so let's talk about the new functionality that we're about to learn, okay? So I've selected my plan view. Let's say that I wanted to, I wanted to send this view to someone for some reason. So, okay, if I wanted to, I could send this viewpoint to someone for whatever reason if I needed to. Okay, so I can choose the person once I hit the little envelope, I guess, icon, or I could, if I were to hit the more actions, I could do it that way. But the easier way to do it is you just select the view, hit the envelope. That brings up this notify project members menu that you're seeing right here. You select the project member, and you write a message in there. So I'm just going to select myself. You guys can choose to do this if you want to. You don't have to, but what you're going to see here is in the next minute I'm going to get an email. So you can very easily notify team members of, you know, viewpoints or of something in the model very quickly. Okay, so if there's something that is of, you know, that needs immediate attention, you can send it to someone and they can review it. Okay. Okay, so there we go. You can see I just got my email. We'll pull it up. So when I do that, you see that I got this email, and it says, please review the model. It's now updated in Glue. If I were to click on this, it would actually take me here. I'm not going to do that because I'm already there, but basically, the nice thing is, you know, if you need to send something to one of your teammates or to one of your, you know, someone on the coordination team or whatever, you can send it to them immediately. They can, and then all they have to do is just click on it, and it's going to take them right to it. Okay. So there's that. So now let's mess with the sectioning tools. Okay. All right. So let's add. We've already added a view. Let's add a section. So just click on this second little button here, and what we actually want to do is you can either do it in planes or in box. Okay. Let's just, because box kind of is more difficult, let's actually do that. So let's pretend that we want to create a section of this building just of the south part of the building, okay? If we wanted to do that, then what we would do is, like I said, we would just pick box, and then you can see this little gizmo comes up when we bring the box in, okay? So if I wanted to move it down, then I could just pick the direction that I want to move the box. I just roll over that arrow, and then I just move it south, okay? If I wanted to move it east or west, then I could do that as well, okay? So before I didn't have the whole building in there, so I moved it that way, okay? So now let's say I wanted to shrink the box, then I would just hit scale, and same thing, I would shrink it like that, okay? Okay, well, now I think that's about right. I'm just going to go back to move here. I'm going to move it so that, there we go. I've got it exactly how I wanted. Same thing, if I wanted to you know, I could rotate my view cube, and then I can also choose to scale the Z coordinate as well if I just click on the arrow. Okay. So well, I'll show you here too. So once I, let's say, actually we'll just do move. So once I start moving it down, you're actually going to see, you know, okay, the stuff is going to, you know, it actually is sectioning it, okay? All right. Okay, great. So basically you can do that in either in box view or in plain view, okay? So if I go to box, I'm actually going to save that one. We'll call this the South Brewery. Okay. So same thing, if I wanted to create a section box using the planes, then what I could do is I could just say, okay, back, I could move that plane. Let's see, where is it? Okay, why did it go all that way? Where are you looking, buddy? Ah, that's way up there. Okay, bizarre. Okay, I say we just mess with the box. I've never liked messing with the plane. Some people like it, but I'm definitely much more of a proponent of messing with the box. So while we're doing that, I want everybody to create one section, and basically, you know, it doesn't matter to me. Make it a section of one room, okay? And name the room however you want. Like, you know, it could be North Brewery, it could be bathroom, it could be, you know, north, south, east, west. It doesn't matter to me. But I want everybody to create a section of the model. So, I mean, this works pretty similar to how it works in Navisworks, as do most things in Glue, because it is actually using the Navisworks viewing engine. Okay. Okay. So let's see. I'm going to create one more. Let's see, does that improve the way that it... Nope, that does not. So that doesn't solve the...
Get back. Get back to...
Okay, so has everybody had a chance to do their, I guess their section? Messing around with the section box?
Turn the sections off. Yeah.
I don't
Was there.
Okay. We good? Are we good to go, or do you guys want more time?
I think we're good.
Yes, sir. Oh, we need to take a break.
Yeah, we're going to take a break here as soon as we're done with this. Okay, so let's look at our viewpoints. Let's see. Okay, there we go. So Kurt, good job. You created two of them actually. Good job.
Southwest and Ziggerfall.
Makes, yeah. Okay, Joe. We'll go with Joe's now.
He's not here anymore.
Joe walked out of the room for that.
He had to leave for the day.
Oh, he did? Okay. Well,
Joe.
then we won't go with Joe's.
No, I've
Go. What about Ray? Haven't.
I didn't
This one.
get it.
You get it?
Okay.
Every time I go up there.
Tim got it. Right, Tim?
I got one, but it's under my views, not shared.
Will be that way.
That's cool.
You know, she's kind of independent, you know.
Okay, so great. So we've got that. So last thing that I want to show you is just we can change the color of objects. Okay, so let's. I'm gonna go to back to mine. So to change the color of some objects, I'm just going to go back to my plan. Okay, so it's important to note that if you select a sectioned view, everything from that point forward, every view, every markup, everything that, your navigation, everything is going to be based off of that view, okay? So, so if you guys are working on doing coordination for level 1, first thing that you're going to want to do when you come in is you're going to want to open up the section of level 1 so that then basically, you don't have your roof or your your slab for the next floor in the way. You just come in here and you've got your section of just level 1 so that you can review, basically you can navigate the model and move around easily, okay? So basically every view that you create, once you've selected that section, it's gonna remember it, okay? So I just want to do it from my plan view. So what we're going to actually do now, let's select the storm drains, okay? And we're going to go to back to the viewpoints. Click on, oh shoot, well, whatever. Let's just select select. Let's see, view properties, let's do that. Let's select the storm drains. Right now they're gray. let's see if I can find select it again. Let's try this. Okay, so storm, we'll select it just like that. Okay, where to? Okay, so if I wanted to change the color of something, I just click on it, view properties, and then I'll just say for that P pipe, we will I'll right click, I'll select similar, and it's going to select all that pipe, okay? So again, what I did, I clicked on the pipe, I right clicked, and then I hit view properties. So click on it, right click, view properties. Then I just selected the layer that it was on. And I right clicked it and I said select similar. So let's say we want to make the storm drains olive green, okay? Well, all I have to do is just select that color, and then you know, I could do it. So let's say same thing. Let's say I'm going to reselect it again. Select similar. Let's say, okay, I'm just kidding. I did not want it to be olive green. I wanted it to be purple. Okay, so there we go. I can change it. So that modifies the color of it. Okay, so once I do that, basically I could go in there and I could modify the colors of basically all of my items. Let's click on let's just select steel, view properties, source file, no. Let's see if we can find anything. Let's just say for material we just want to select all the steel. I can say, okay, I want it to be this rusty color. And it changes it to it.
View is you click the color button, third one over. That one, yeah, and then you can change the color.
Okay, so yeah, basically you can change the color of all of the objects that you want in your model. Okay, get them how you want them. You set it once, and then it's going to remember it. Okay, so you set all the colors, and then as soon as you've got that done, you just create a new viewpoint. So we're going to call this plan with colors. Call this plan colors. Okay. So once we've got that, I'll just hit save.
You got to include your selection. Look at
Take a while to do it.
Yeah. Right click on level 1.
So that easy. Select it, right click, from property,
So you got to find what's that
go to
property.
layer, right click, select similar.
Yeah.
Color. Color. Yeah, name it or whatever. Okay.
Depends on how the model is made. From meet up layer. Now you can see the color model.
didn't save that.
But it only saves it in that view. Wait a minute, I wanted to change color.
Okay, so has everybody got their all their colors changed how they wanted, or do you guys want more time?
So I should be able to that one deal now and check it.
Take that one view.
Okay.
If you want to permanently change that out of color.
I don't think so. Not that that'll permanently change only that view.
I mean, for you guys, most of the time, because you guys are bringing things in from CAD MEP, if your layer is that color, it's probably going to bring it in as that color, okay? But there's going to be instances where, you know, if you're working with other team members that built their stuff, maybe the steel guys built their stuff in Tekla, or maybe, you know, most likely the architectural model is going to come from Revit, you know. That stuff's going to come in just as gray. So if you want to, you know, call out the color of something, then you can change that, okay? So you can create a viewpoint, or you can create a section, and then you can add colors to that, and then you can save it, and then basically from that point on, those colors will be saved in like on that viewpoint. So whenever you know, create a clash or anything else like we're going to do later down the road, those colors are going to, you know, the colors will be remembered because the colors will stay in there, okay? So has everybody changed the color of at least one thing and then saved it?
Yep.
Okay, great. Okay, so last thing, and you know, before we go take a 10-minute break, is just this folders button. Okay, so you can see I've already created 2 folders. Why don't you guys just create one folder and name it, you know, name it whatever you want. Name it old viewpoints. Let's just make it so that we've got basically just your section and then like your colored view, okay? So that basically it is the first thing that you see, no matter what. Okay, so just create a folder, name it, and then drag and drop your other viewpoints in there. You know, I know that someone created a bunch of viewpoints, so just you don't have to put all of them in there. Just drag and drop one of them so that you can understand the functionality of it. Okay. Yeah. To drag and drop, you know, well, first you create the new folder right here. You name it. You can delete it if you want to. But then if you want to drag something into that new folder, you just click the viewpoint and drag it in. So it's just really drag and drop. Okay? So that's it. So why don't you guys come back at, you know, we'll come back at 10:45, go get some coffee, go get a candy bar, get something to drink, check your emails, and then we'll get back to it right between 10:45 and 10:50, okay? So while you guys are doing that, I'm gonna start trying to get that. I think I already sent the issue into Autodesk about the walk tool not working. But I'm going to see if they have replied to me. And hey, is anybody still in there? What is your all's glue host?
Our host. As
Yeah,
in,
like the yeah. What's the name of the Andy Egan glue host right here? If you roll over this right here, what is it?
oh, it says ASDI_glue.
Yeah, but when you roll over it, there should also be Andy Egan.
Oh, it's just Andy Egan glue. Andy
Is
Egan
there
glue, no spaces.
Okay.
A capital A, and then yeah, Andy Egan glue with just a capital A, all one word.
Okay. Okay. Cool. So they've already responded to me, so I'm adding that. So thanks. Okay, guys. Are you all back? Can you guys hear me okay? Can you guys hear me okay? Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay.
We're all back now, besides Joe, and they're not coming back.
Okay. Let's see. So let's get back to it, okay? So next is the markups tab, okay?
Oh boy.
So the markup tab works really similar to the viewpoints tab. Obviously, you can't create sections off of it, but you can create viewpoints from your section. You can create markups from your sections, okay? So let's just do that right now. I'll go over the tools first. So you can add a markup just right here very easily. You can notify, you can create folders, and then you can delete, okay? You can also search for them, okay? So let's just actually add a markup right here. So right now, when in your markups, I guess menu, you should see all the markups that you did previously when we were saving our measurements as markups, okay? But when you just create a markup from scratch, I guess what you can do is you'll see that this we've actually got our markup tools kind of show up, okay? So I always like using the freehand, and I always like having it red or some funky loud color just so that it shows up. But I just like using the freehand. So let's see, right here we're going to say, I'll draw an arrow, and then I'll just say review. Storm elevation. Okay, so it's really pretty simple, just like that. I could have a line with an arrow on it, or just a line, or I could even just circle something.
Go to somewhere. Want to make a markup on there.
If I wanted to delete something, then I could just circle over, put a cube or put a box over it and delete it. Okay. So once I've got it saved, it's going to actually create a new markup for me. I'm going to rename it. I don't know why I named it home, but I'm going to rename this storm elevation. Okay. So if I wanted to edit this markup, what I could do is I could come back in and I could I could actually do that. So let's say I wanted I decided that I did want that in there. Could just edit it and then save it. So you can see basically the order that I modified it. The newest one's going to go up on the top. So then if someone wanted to come back and remark it up, it would, like a version 3 of it would show up. Okay, so I could always hit it. I could always edit my markup by just hitting edit right here. Okay, so if this was a multiple, to put this into, I guess, your all's terms, let's say you guys were running coordination, and there was a major clash where 4 objects, you know, 4 different trades all hit, you know, were clashing at the same point. So maybe you had directions to move one thing west and one thing south and raise one thing, you know. So you had all those directions on there. Well, you could do that. Well, let's say the next week 2 out of those 3 things were completed. Well, you could actually go through and you could edit the markup so that just the one remaining thing that needed to be done was on there. Okay, so it would show basically, you know, your progression as people were working through it. Okay, so that's kind of the use case for it. Okay, same thing as before. If I wanted to notify someone of a markup or multiple markups, I could just hit notify, and then, you know, it'll send it to me. So that's pretty much the markups tool. It works really similarly to views. Pretty much everything that we're going to go over now, it's going to kind of build off of what we already learned. Okay. So what I want everybody to do, just for one of your markups, I want you to send me a notification on it. Okay. So just hit notify and then send it to me. Okay. So I'm about to get crushed with emails here in a second. Okay, so again, like the folder structure works the same while you guys are doing that. You know, search, it works the same. So, you know, there's really not much to really go on about, okay? So while you guys are sending me your, you know, your notifications about the viewpoints, I'm going to go over the activities function, okay? So you can see I can review just items that, you know, that I've done lately. So you can see, okay, these are all the things that I've done. And then I can view what everybody on the project has done. Okay? So you can see, wow, this is a full on list of everything that's happened here, okay? So that's pretty awesome. So if you're curious as to whether or not like a certain model has been uploaded, or if someone's been working in something or whatever, you know, you can go through the activities log and you can kind of review it. So let's say you were looking for something. I want to see the last time Ray did something. So if I just type in Ray's name, then I can see all of his, you know, all the things that he did. Oh, and then of course there's Gray. That's funny. So anything that has the word Ray in it, I guess. Okay. So that's the activities button. Anybody have any questions about that? Okay. So the next 20 minutes, what we're going to do is we're going to spend time on clash reports. Okay. This is the best part of Glue. I'll tell you a little story before before we kind of get into it. But for me, the 2 things, like I used to be a BIM coordinator for Walsh Construction,
In mind, how do I get back to that?
And so the 2, like, you know, I worked primarily in Navisworks, and you know, I really loved Navisworks, but the problem that I had with it was that my team, my subcontractors would always come back to me, you know, the next week. You know, I would have my viewpoints and my clashes all set and ready, and we'd talk about them during the meeting. And you know, the next week we would come back to the model, and you know, there would be 5 or 6 items that were not addressed. So I would always ask, why weren't these addressed? And the reason that I got was because basically they were waiting to see what, you know, this other trade was going to do in this area before they did that, because they didn't want to do double work, which makes sense, right? So the thing that I love about Glue is that it takes basically the access of the model out of just the hands of whoever the BIM coordinator is, and it puts it into the hands of everybody in the team. So everybody can, as soon as a model is updated, everybody has access to it. Everybody has access to the NWF file, basically, to put it in Navisworks terms, immediately. So I've found that really kind of speeds up the coordination process, because guys are no longer waiting the whole week. They're waiting, maybe a day or something, So that's kind of the beauty of it. And so clashes kind of really go into that. So first thing that we're going to do, just click on the clashes button, which is the 2 squares, okay? And then basically what we're going to want to do is we're just going to select 2 files. And actually the one that I want to run steel. Actually, no, we're going to put steel on the other side. We're going to put ductwork against steel, okay? So we want, I always put the thing on the left, like I use the hierarchy of design, okay? So the thing on the left is the thing that needs to change, and the thing on the right is the thing that needs to stay the same, okay? So steel is 9 out of 10 times not going to move for you, so we want to put that on the right. Yeah, so I think there's been like 1 or 2 instances where I could go through steel, or where I could move steel to, for my ductwork design, but that was few and far between. So, okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to name this duct versus steel. Okay, so important thing to note here, if you guys do, different, let's say you guys run different tests, like you want to just see the oval duct against the steel, for whatever reason, then you could do that. Okay, so if I just wanted to have the oval duct clash, or the oval end around, I could choose that, or I could choose, the whole file, all of the ductwork. Okay, everything and everything that's associated with it. Okay, so just like in Navisworks, you can pick and choose. You can be as broad as you want in your clash, or you can be as you can really dive deep into the minutia if you want to. Okay. So you can run your clash pretty much however you want, just like in Navisworks. Okay. The one thing that I do hate about the clash here is that for this tolerance thing just does not work. So if you were doing it in Navisworks, you would say, okay, I want to have a 2-inch tolerance here, because I want to account for the fireproofing spray that's on the steel, right? Well, it doesn't work that way like it does in Navisworks. So that's not an option. So I would suggest not using the tolerance at all in glue. There's some instances where maybe you have to run some clashes in Navisworks. I'll show you about Navisworks functionality hopefully here in about 20 minutes. But okay, so we've got duct and steel. So now let's just find our clashes. Okay, so we would do this for every trade against every trade, but just for the sake of this argument, so that everybody's looking at the same thing, we're just going to review the duct against the steel. Okay, so when you run it, you get a good, nice little overview right here. It shows what was clashed. It shows what items are opened. If if we were to run this a second time, it would show you what was ignored or closed or resolved. Okay, so ignored and closed, those are items that you'd manually do, but resolved, that you would see a bunch of check marks if a clash was fixed and resolved. Okay, so right now we see 23. So what I like to do is
paperclip.
Yeah, what I like to do is make it so that I can't see my clashes. Okay, there we go. I just like to kind of go to my plan view, and then I like to kind of zoom out. Okay, and so when I zoom out, I can see all of my clashes, you know, kind of at a glance. You can see all these little orange dots. I can see all of them. So I like doing that because then I can basically I can see not just what one clash is, but you know how, you know, what's affecting each one of these clashes. So can I group some of these together? Okay. So right now I can kind of see that right here, like along this column line, there's you know, basically the ductwork is hitting steel, and then here basically at these spots where like steel is hitting. I don't know what is going on there. That's weird. Let's see. I'm gonna actually edit my my clash. I wonder if like I have rooms in there for some reason. Okay. Yeah. So we do. Okay. So great. So I think that's what some of those were. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to rerun my clash. And okay, great. So now there's only 4. Okay, so I went and I modified the way that I was running my clash, and it changed it. So you can create a clash set, and then you can also modify it. Okay. So great. So now it took these ones away that were not actually clashes. They were just clashing with the room, which was not something that I wanted. So now I actually see that I've got 4. So I've got 1, 2, 3 orange dots, and then there's a 4th orange dot right here. So we've got these guys clashing. So what I'm going to do, I just want to select. I'm just going to actually I'll roll over it. If I roll over this one clash right here, you can see that that's clash number 3. It tells me which one it is. Okay. So this is really kind of helpful if if you've got like let's say there's 100 clashes. It kind of gets unmanageable at that point. You don't know exactly which ones are which. So you can roll over it and you can say, okay, this is clash number 3. So I'm going to actually, I'm going to click on clash number 3 here. I'm going to go to it. So when I do that, it actually, shows me the clash, kind of isolates it, right? So I want you guys to pay attention over here to these 3 icons. We've seen these before. Well, we haven't seen this one really before, but we've seen the markup tool and we've seen the notification tool before, okay? So what I want everybody to do is I want you to pick, it doesn't matter to me which clash you pick, but let's just pick one of them, okay? Let's just I guess maybe it would make sense to pick number 3, okay? So we'll just all pick number 3. Now let's just add a markup of it, okay? So what's going on here? If I zoom out, I can see, okay, basically the duct is too close to the steel. We need to move it south. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create, since it's red, and I'm just going to actually create a electric blue color. I'm just going to circle my clashes like that, and then I'm going to basically draw an arrow showing that it needs to move south, and then I'll just say, I'll click right here, and I'll just say move ductwork 1 foot south. Okay? So what I've done here with my markup is I've shown them where the problem is. I've given them a basic suggestion for what to do, and then I've even kind of wrote out what to do. Okay? So once I've got that done, I'm just going to save it. Okay, so you can see when I save it, this icon turns orange. Is everybody there with me? Okay, so next, what I'm going to do while you guys are, I guess, still creating that markup, I'm just going to add a comment, and I'm just going to say move duct 6 inches to 12 inches south to Miss Steele. Okay, so I'm going to add a comment so that, if my markup for some reason somehow was not specific enough, I've also got a comment on there. Okay. So next what I'm going to do is I'm going to notify myself of the issue. I'm just notifying myself just because this is during training, but typically what you would want to do is you would want to notify whoever's clash, whoever was responsible to fix this clash, okay? So just for sake of argument here, I'm just using myself, but you would want to send it not to yourself. You'd want to send it to whomever, was responsible for fixing it. So I'll just say, you can even type in a message just as before, and I'm going to send it, okay? So that right there is pretty cool. It's pretty powerful, okay? It's pretty neat. Okay, nice. I can see the clash. It's going to get an email sent to me, okay? I like that. That's cool, but, it's kind of, big deal, right? So now, basically, here's what I'm also going to do, okay? So I know that these four, by rolling, only because there's only four, but let's say that, we had 100 of them, and I knew that, numbers 1, 2, and 3, or 1, 2, and 4 were part of this class that I've already done. I can actually manually choose to ignore these. So when it does that, you can see that, like, these actually are being, it changes the icon right here, okay? So changes it from open to ignored, okay? So if I wanted to, and by no means do you have to, yeah, sorry. So by no means do you have to hit ignore for all of them. Eventually, through coordination, all of your clashes should go away anyway. But if you just wanted to simplify it for your team, you could, just have the ones that were open. Okay. So you could just break it down so that all they had to look for were the orange dots. Okay. So has everybody got all of these little icons orange right here? Actually, why don't you guys send the notification to me so that I know that you guys have actually have done that. Send the notification of clash number 3 to me. Okay. So, like I said, it sends me the email. And that's pretty cool. That's nice. But what I think is really cool is there's this, both in Revit and in AutoCAD, there's this little function called Clash Pinpoint, okay? So when I go back to my model and I'm ready to revise things, basically what you're going to see is when I click Clash Pinpoint, and so I'll do it again. So basically, it's in the same spot in it's in the same spot in AutoCAD, or in CAD MEP, I should say. See, there's pinpoint right there. So if I were to do it in CAD, it's the same spot. But for sake of argument, I'm just going to do it in Revit because I'm better in Revit. I'm just going to hit Clash Pinpoint, and so first of all, you can see these are like all the merged models that you guys are sending me right now. So see, I could do this in all of them, okay? But I'm just going to select this one right here because it was the one that I sent first, and I'm going to hit View.
Hit ignore or close.
Yeah, and so when I hit View Selected or whatever, then basically you can see the clash test comes up in Revit. It would also come up in CAD MEP, okay? But when I select it, if I hit View Selected, it's actually going to take me to that part in the model that is clashing, okay? So I can see, when I'm looking right here, I can read my comment. It says to move it 6 to 12 inches south, okay, to miss steel, okay? I can see the magnitude of the clash. I can see what's clashing, okay? So I've got it selected. So now I'm just going to actually select this object. So when I do that, it actually, I can actually move it. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to move this guy slightly south. Come on. It's because I'm in 3D view. I'll do it right there. Okay. Okay, so see, I've got it selected from the pinpoint. Now I'm just going to move it down so that it is not hitting the steel anymore. Okay? So I've got that. I'm going to save my model, and then I'm going to re-glue. Okay? And this would work exactly the same, like I said, in CAD MEP. I'm just showing it in Revit because I'm better at editing things. I'm an idiot when it comes to AutoCAD, to be honest. I'll just come out and say it. I'm not very good at it. So I'm just going to re-glue, and it's going to ask me if I want to save it as a new or if I want to update it. I always want to update it, okay? Because now what it's going to do is it's just going to replace the file that I have up there, okay? Okay. So when it does that, you guys are, I want you guys here in the next couple of seconds to be looking right here in, like in glue, okay? Be looking right by this refresh button, okay? Okay, so we see that that's happened. Eventually right here, you're going to see a little yellow icon, like an orangey yellow icon show up here, okay?
That one.
Okay. So let me know when you guys have seen it. Has anybody seen it yet?
Got it.
Okay. So when you see that, that tells you that the model has updated. Okay. So when it's updated, or when it tells you that, all you have to do is just hit this little refresh button. Okay. And it's going to refresh your model. All right. So again, obnoxiously, it doesn't take me to the viewpoint. Really hate that it's doing that today. Okay, now, so also what you're going to see is that if you go to the clash report, you're going to see that it's going to tell you, hey, something's been updated. If you want to review the most updated clash, then click here. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to click here. Okay, I can already see that it moved it, but let's just go on in here and let's see what happens in our clash report when that happens. Okay, so great. So we have 4 resolved, no open. So I did a pretty good job there. I made a perfect. We are not in conflict with steel anymore. So you can see pretty much immediately. I used clash pinpoint to select the item that was clashing. I moved it, and then I glued it, and that took less than 5 minutes, right? So to me, this is the power of glue. This right here, you can find a clash, you can go in and pinpoint, you can select it and then move it immediately, and then you can upload it all in the span of 5 minutes. And so my point is, a clash can be found, it can be reviewed, and it can be updated in 5 minutes, and then everybody on the team has access to it. Okay, so that's why I like using Clash and Glue. I'm sure that what do you guys use glue with Navisworks, or do you just use glue?
Glue with Navisworks, but yeah, that's the only thing was I haven't found a way to send a markup from Navis or whatever, like we can in Glue to our subcontract.
Right. So here's what I suggest. Okay, I understand the reason for you guys using Navisworks. I'm not going to fight against it. If I was doing it, I probably would do it too, because Navisworks is just more powerful. The tolerances inside of it, because I can, if I don't want to model the insulation, or if or obviously you can't model SFRM, or spray, fireproofing spray stuff, you need it to do that if you've got that in your project. That you need to use the Navisworks Clash, okay? But what I would challenge you to do is set up the clashes in Glue so that they're just so that it's just the basic clashes. It's duct versus steel. It's so that your teams can very quickly, if you're running the coordination meeting, your teams can very quickly go in there and they can run their own clashes in their own time. Okay? Because I've found that a lot of, especially like an electrical subcontractor, he's not going to buy Navisworks Manage. So if you guys are using like the assign, functionality in Navisworks and one guy doesn't have it, your whole workflow kind of goes down the tube, right? So that's for you guys, that's what I suggest. You just put them up there and you let your guys use them. Maybe you still use your workflow where you're creating everything in Navisworks, but you still have the stuff up there so that your team can review them in Glue and they can use pinpoint and stuff quickly. Okay? Does that make sense? Does that sound like something that you guys could do, or that?
Yeah, probably we'll run most of our clash detection in Glue just so we can coordinate, and then we'll fine tune it in Navis or whatever.
Yeah. Okay. So next, let's see. So that's the Clash. Okay. I'm not really going to go over attachments because, I can, but I'd rather focus on Navisworks functionalities the next 5 or 10 minutes. Okay. So before we do that, did anybody bring their iPads?
We have one. Yeah.
You have one. Okay. Can you?
Yeah. That's all we can afford.
Okay. Here's what I want you to do. Okay. So I'm turning my iPad on so that you guys can see it. Okay. If you haven't already done so, can you download the BIM 360 Glue app onto your iPad? Have you guys already done that?
Hang on. We're turning it on.
BIM 360 Glue. All right, yeah, we're logged in.
Okay. Is the person whose iPad it is, they're part of this class, obviously, so you're not. It's not like a generic like Andy Egan at andyegan.com or something email. Okay. Good. Okay, so you've got Glue already on there, right?
Yep.
Okay, good. So, well then, that kind of puts my mind at ease. Okay, so let's talk about, we won't have to wait for that here in a minute. So let's talk about Navisworks to Glue functionality, okay? So if you guys are using Navisworks already, you probably already know this, but basically what you can do is you can basically you can view your Glue model in Navisworks, okay? Before, like 2 years ago, you would actually have to download it and then like you were just downloading a copy of it, and then if you made any changes you would have to push it back up, but they fixed it now. Essentially what we're doing right now, what you're seeing right now, this is the BIM 360 Glue model, and it's just like, this is just like a browser right here. Navisworks is the browser, okay? So if you want to connect to your Glue model via Navisworks, just open it up, go to the BIM 360 tab, okay, just like this. Then you're going to see the project and model here, okay? So you click on it, and then you can select it. I've already got it selected. It's going to ask me for the model next, and I can select that, okay? I've already got it open, so I'm not going to open it. But basically, so when I select my project and my merged model, or even just model, it's going to, now I'm literally just looking apples to apples at this, okay? I'm looking at this. It's the exact same thing, has the exact same information. The colors may be different. I don't have an explanation for you there. I don't know why it's doing that. It's annoying, but essentially it's the same, okay? Everything about this is exactly the same, okay? So if you know, if the model gets updated, if I hit refresh, then it's going to show it here. Okay. So let's talk about this too. So you guys are doing the Navisworks workflow, right? So you guys are running classes here. Let's say, you know, if you want to move your viewpoints back and forth, all you have to do is click into the shared views, I guess, button on the BIM 360 tab, and then what I do is I just select my view over here, and then I hit new. And so when I do that, basically you can see it takes the name from it and everything. So I can choose to put it in a section or a viewpoint or whatever, and then you know, send it. So essentially what this does is you know, you can push your, if there's any additional clashes, you can push those, you know, that you found via Navisworks. You can push those up into Glue so that guys can see them. Okay.
Yep. And then there isn't a way to send a notification though from Navis like there is from Glue.
Annoyingly, no. I would guess that in 2018, that's probably what they're going to add. That and probably shared markups probably too, but no, not in 2016 or 2017. Let's see. But I mean, what you could do is you could just put all the files. What I would do is I would just add those viewpoints into, like, let's say. Let's see, what would I do? What I would do is I would like basically have this viewpoints file. Let's say I had like a viewpoints folder, and then I had, you know, let's say Ray and Bob and Mary. I would have different folders inside the viewpoints folder that, you know, so that I could assign people viewpoints, you know, because that's how I did it when I was doing Navisworks. So then, yeah, so I would just dump them all into that folder, and then I would just go into Glue and just, you know, notify them of that folder. That's what I would do. So you would only have to do it one time. So I would just basically, I would just dump all these in there, and then exactly what I would do is I would go to that folder in here, and I would just click on it, and I would say, let's see, notify. Right-click on it and say notify. Then I would just send it to them. So I would just notify them of all of their viewpoints rather than individually one at a time. And I think they would probably appreciate that too, because, you know, they're not getting hit with 15 emails. They're just getting hit with one. Okay. So yeah, so all you have to do is just, if you wanted to save this merged model on your you know, on your desktop or whatever, on your computer, all you'd have to do is just, let me go through that again. You just go to, you hit the save button, or sorry, hit save as, and then you come down here. When this comes up, you hit save locally as a Navisworks file, okay? And then you pick, where is our Andy J. Egan training? So we'll just call this, we'll call it just the merge model, and then you save it right there, okay? So then, whenever you click on that, what it's going to do is it's just going to automatically bring up, you know, the glue model, okay? So you're going to open it up in Navisworks, and it's going to bring you basically directly to this, okay? So it's not like a Navisworks file that is not connected to glue. Okay, it's still connected to glue. It's something that you can very easily, you can keep modifying it. So if you guys are running clashes in it, you can keep running your clashes, and it'll update, whenever glue updates. Okay. Does that make sense? Do you want me to go back through any of that? Okay, good. So next, next we're going to go to BIM 360 glue. Next, we're going to go to BIM 360 glue on our iPad. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Sorry, yeah, we accidentally got disconnected for a little bit.
Oh, you did? Okay. Sorry. So, well, then I'll ask you guys questions. I'll ask you guys a question then. Is there like, do you have what was the last thing that you guys heard then?
It was breaking up really bad.
We were pushing views. We were trying to push save view, shared views from Navis to glue. We just started doing that.
Okay. I'm sorry.
5 minutes ago.
Oh wow, so a long time ago.
Yeah, we tried to call back, but I didn't have I had to find the access code again. And
okay. Okay, well then let me go over that. So yeah. Okay, so with shared, are you still struggling to hear me?
Nope, we hear you good now.
Okay. Okay, good. Okay, so let's go back over it. So let's say you want to save your Navisworks file, okay? All you just do, you just go to, just like regular, you go to Save As, and if you want to save your glue file locally, all you have to do is just hit Save As just as you would have before, then choose to save it locally as a Navisworks file, okay? You find the location that you want to save it in, so right here it's the NDJ Egan training, and I'm just going to save it in there, okay? So the important thing to note is that, you can basically you can continue using that file, and then whenever anybody else updates anything in glue, it's just going to download it from glue, and you're going to be viewing apples to apples what is in BIM 360 glue at that moment, okay? Just like I was saying, if you hit refresh, if someone were to upload something to glue, and you hit refresh, let's say you just planned it, it won't tell you that something's updated, but if you hit refresh, like let's just say every 15 minutes or every time you think about it, it's going to re-download that model, and it's going to make sure that everything is apples to apples again. So you're going to see the newest data, I guess, okay? So every time that you open that, you can go back and forth to it, and then you can keep with your clashes and keep working as in Navisworks as you wanted. Okay.
Okay, so if we were to change a model or something in glue and then save it, if we refresh it on Navis, it should update. I was having issues with that on our other model for our other job. I was trying to figure this stuff out just by practicing on this stuff, but every time I go in glue and move a model up like 15 feet, save it or whatever, and then if I had it saved, if I had my Navis version of it saved on my desktop, it would actually, I think it would show me a notification that there's a change, but when I hit refresh, it wouldn't do anything.
Huh. That's weird. I've never had it.
So I didn't
that's really weird. I've always had it work for me. That's. Can you call me the next time that it happens so that I can?
Yep.
Okay.
Try that. I'll try that after this is our meeting here again.
Okay, cool. Alrighty.
As long as it's saved as an NWF on your desktop, it should be still linked with glue, and
yes,
you can still do all the same things. Yeah. So I wouldn't have to hold it every time.
Yeah.
Glue.
So what I was saying before you guys got disconnected is I would if I was using Navisworks in conjunction with glue, I would save my viewpoints first in Navisworks, and then I would just push them into Glue, okay? And basically what I would do is I would assign them to people, I guess, to folders, okay? That's what I would do, okay? I would assign them to folders in Arch Model. Okay, I would assign them to basically to folders in here, and then everybody would have the same viewpoints. And then all that I would do is I would just attach, or I would notify that folder had been updated. So just like that, right click, notify someone of the viewpoints that are in that folder. Okay. So anything else with Navisworks?
No, I don't think that with Navisworks I had too many other questions.
Okay, what about, you guys have any questions with Glue on the desktop? Any other questions with that?
Nothing. Do you guys have any questions of what we went over?
Nope.
No, I think we kind of got what was going on.
Okay, great. So now let's venture into the iPad realm. Okay. Can you guys see my iPad? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So similar to I guess the desktop, the icon for the Glue app on your iPad looks pretty similar. Just has rounded edges instead of squared edges. So just just tap on it, and then it's going to prompt you to sign in. Interestingly, as a rule, Glue is always in horizontal mode. Why does it do that? Okay. So, the layout app will always be in vertical mode. So you'll be able, so like no matter what, you're always going to be viewing the model horizontally. Okay. So once you get signed in, just go and open your model. Let's actually just open this one right here. Let's just open mine. So let's look at this. So the interface is pretty similar to the desktop version. Like you saw the projects, you could the names, you could cycle through up here at the top. You can cycle through the hosts if you have multiple ones. You can see, you can get help, or you can basically view your profile information up there at the top. And then down here, there's the tiles for all the different projects. So I'm clicking on the end Egan Glue. So now if you look right here, we see that there's the models, which is the 3 cubes, and then there's the Rubik's Cube, which is the merged model, okay? So if I wanted to just look at, let's say, the plumbing model, then I could go and select this button, and then I could actually select that, okay? You can see we've got all the folders there. Okay, so now also let's look. Here's another main difference. Okay. Oh wow, I'm way behind. My iPad's significantly behind.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Okay, so now another important thing to notice. Okay, so if you see this icon, that means that there's a folder. Okay. If you see this icon right here, this cloud with the download, that means that you need to download the model, or that you can't, that you need to download an updated model. Okay, so why would you do that? Well, if you want to review the model in the field, then and because maybe the field does not have internet access, what you're going to want to do is before you go out into the field, just tap the cloud with the down arrow. Okay, so when that happens, it downloads the model. You can see the status there. And then when it's downloaded, let's see if we can get an updated icon there. Okay, so I guess it just goes away. I'm pretty sure that there is another icon. I'll come back to that in a minute. Okay, so when we come into Glue, we see basically similar similar things from before. Okay, so here's our navigation tools right here. I'll go over those in a second. We've got like a 2D view right here, which is really helpful for navigation. We've got our models tab, we've got a viewpoints tab, we've got a markup tab, and then we've got measurement. Okay. Then over here we've got help. Up here at the top we've got our profile, and we can change settings. So if we want to see the XYZ differences, then we can do that. If we want to see the grid lines in the model, we can turn those on or off. Same within the map. Okay. So those are the settings that I have. But like I said, for some people, the grid lines get on their nerves. I like having them in there just because it kind of gives me a bearing of where I am in the project. Okay. Everybody feel good about that? Okay, so next thing that we're going to do, let's just actually let's go through this. Navigation. Okay, so if you guys want to zoom in on your project, just with 2 fingers, just pinch or push them away from each other. Pinch and unpinch. Okay, so that'll zoom you in. Okay, that's 2 fingers, right? Pretty similar to a lot of other things in the it's pinch, you zoom in. Okay, if you want to rotate, you just use 1 finger. Okay, zoom in, pinch, unpinch, rotate, 1 finger. So why don't you guys, I guess basically pass that iPad around, and everybody can kind of, well, actually, before I do that, the last little bit of navigation. Okay, so right here we've got our home button. So this is going to take us back to our home, I guess, viewpoint. If for some reason we get lost in the building and do it or we're in an abyss or something like that. The next one right here, this is gravity. I do not ever suggest using gravity, so just remember, never, ever, 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 ever hit this button. Don't hit this button. And I'll tell you why. The reason why is because, well, I'll just put it on. So, okay, so I just walked and, I just fell down. Okay, so let's say I walk out of the building. Now, if I walk all the way out of the building, let's just do that. Okay, so I'm outside of the building now. So see, if I do that, oh no, I'm just falling into a deep abyss for in perpetuity. So now I can't see. I hate it. It makes me mad because if I accidentally walk out of something, it changes my view. So just don't use the gravity tool and just thank me later. Okay. So next, let's see, there we go. So we will go right like that. Okay. Okay, so next is, this big one is the joystick, okay? So think of this as your walk tool that actually works, okay? So think of this is just, it works just like Pac-Man or whatever, or PlayStation. You put your finger down and you move left, right, forward, backwards, and it moves you around, okay? Okay, so that's just your Pac-Man joystick, okay? So the last thing that I want to show you before you guys kind of pass this around for a couple minutes is this immersive view tool, okay? So that's this tool right here. So if you hold this, actually I'm going to go down to the, I want you guys to right now imagine that you guys are out in the field. You're right here in this project and you're looking at this big oval duct right here and the piping that's around it, okay? So you're looking at it in the field and you're like, huh, something in the field is just not right here. It just doesn't seem right, okay? So if you hit immersive view, which is this top one that I've got my mouse on right there, basically you can look up there and you can compare apples to apples what you're looking at in the field with what you're actually looking at versus what you're looking at in the model, okay? So it doesn't walk with you, but if you just move it around, you can see, okay, this is where this is coming from. Yeah, that's right. Oh, these pipes are actually supposed to go over that duct, or that duct is actually supposed to turn down there. Whatever, you can see, you can compare and contrast what you're supposed to be seeing. Okay. So what I want you guys to do for, I guess, the next 5 minutes, I want everybody to do that. Okay. I want everybody to walk around, zoom, rotate, and then use immersive view. Okay.
What? Well, I don't want to be out there anymore. I want to go home.
Okay, so how's that working, guys? Does it make sense? Have you guys used the iPad out in the field?
While you hold it down and you look around.
We're just getting started.
Okay.
Yeah, we've been using them in the field. A few people have. We're trying to incorporate it more and more. They use them a lot. We use a lot that immersive view for I think for service work and for building management software we turn over.
Yeah, that helped me out. The immersive view helped me out a whole lot when I was out in the field. That really got my superintendents to kind of adopt it because it was kind of easy to use. The frustrating thing for them was still moving around. They hated that, but I'm going to show you guys here in a second how to quickly get around in the model, which is something that they've greatly improved from, I guess, even a year ago. How you can quickly navigate. So again, just 2 fingers pinches. Pinch your fingers together and away from each other, and that will zoom in and out. And then let's see, just 1 finger on a specific point that's going to kind of rotate. You can also kind of zoom in and out to move a little bit, but primarily you're going to want to use the joystick to walk around. Okay, and then the immersive view allows you to kind of compare what you're looking at. Man, those guys just won't go away. Okay. How's it going over there?
2 more people.
Okay. So for the last 2 people, I'm going to add one thing, okay? So if you, just to select an object in your model, just tap on it, okay? So if you click these, you can see on my screen these 3 little icons come up. If you click the one on the right, you're going to get your properties, okay? So you can see all the properties associated with that object, okay? Right over here, you can choose, okay, where'd my mouse go? Okay, you can either choose to hide or to isolate the object in view. See, if I click off of it, I can choose right here to hide, the middle one, sorry. If I click that one, I can choose to hide it. I do not suggest using this one. This is like my other pet peeve. This is the other thing that I hate. Just like the gravity tool, you know, don't use this and don't use this, because if you hide this, it's going to be difficult to get it to come back. It's going to, you know, it's just going to frustrate you. So I do not ever suggest clicking on the hide button right here. But I do suggest, you know, for you guys, because you guys are also using BIM 360 Field, I do suggest clicking on this one right here. Okay, so when you click on this one, what you're going to actually see is, oh shoot, sorry, I'm not in Field, so never mind. Sorry, this one isolates it. So I apologize. So if you're in Field, there's a fourth one where you can actually modify things and do checklists and do all kinds of other things with it, but that's for another time. Unless you would like me to go over that. Would you like me to pull up Field so that we can see that? I don't think I've got it shared with Field. I can't do it with this model, but
I think we went over that and when we were doing
you did with Clinton?
Clint, yeah, I think we went through that. But
okay, great, wonderful. Okay, so yeah, so like I was saying, you know, you can view all of the properties over here. Okay. Okay. Alrighty. So has everybody had a chance to move around and stuff?
Yes. Wait.
What's that?
Give a second more.
Okay.
Person.
No, that was.
Oh no, they pushed the button they said not to push.
That's okay.
The iPad's smoking though.
Yeah, see, that's what you get. That's what you get. I told you not to press it.
Quick, run it to the restroom.
Yeah.
Oh, it took a little. Okay.
I just can't make up my mind. Should it be blackened turkey with 3 pepper cheese, or should it be like chili cheese brats for lunch?
Go with both when in doubt.
I brought both because I couldn't make up my mind.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay, so got that in there. Okay, so are we good now?
Robert? Yeah.
Okay, cool. So if you want to view, let's say you have your 2D floor plan in here. Okay, click on the menu. The models menu right here, and you'll see this menus tab come up over here. This looks just pretty similar to your selection tree or your models tab on the desktop, but it it's a whole lot simpler. You can just, essentially you can only turn on and off, layers, okay? So also, I guess when this is kind of new, this is something that I actually have never seen before, which is nice. So maybe they've heard my complaints with the hide button, but if you hide something, then it allows you to, it kind of brings it up on the models tab, and you can choose to unhide it if you so choose. So maybe I can, ease my stance on the hide in view button, because they've kind of fixed it. So use it sparingly. That's my suggestion. Okay. So yeah. So if you like I was saying, if you want like line work to show up, you want to click these 3 lines here. Okay. If you want to hide certain things, then you want to select the eyeball, and then that'll hide it. So when I click the seal, you can see it goes away. If I wanted all of them to view, then I could just click the eye and it would view all. Okay. If I didn't want any of them to be visible, then I could do that. Okay. I could choose to have everything unviewable. Not viewable. That's pretty basic. Okay. So next, this is what I was saying, was telling you guys about a minute ago. Okay. This right here is the 2D view. Okay. So, wow, that's small. Of course it. Oh shoot. Well, it's not going to work very well on this. That is supremely frustrating. Okay, let me go to another model so that you can see that work. Let's see. Okay. Alrighty, so let's do that. Okay, so here's what it should look like, more or less. Okay, you should have basically a 2D view of your model. Okay, and then you should have like this little pinpoint right here. Okay, so what should happen is basically you can just say, okay, I want to go to level 9 and I want to go right to the column line 2 and D. Okay, so I could just put basically my pinpoint right there, and then I could choose, okay, which way I'm looking. Okay, I can, if I click on the center here, the little dot, then it, okay, but then if I click on the little triangle, it's gonna show the direction that I want to look. Okay, so basically it does that. Okay, so I could say, okay, I want to go right there in the model. I want to be looking at this column right here. Okay, so now I can say, well, okay, maybe I don't want to be on level 9. Maybe I just want to be on level 3. Well, then I can do that. I can just, by clicking on the level right here, I can do that. Okay, so again, to move the little guy, I just click the little black dot and move it wherever I want. To move the way that I'm looking, I click on the black triangle and rotate. Okay. Now, when I've picked the place that I want to go, and then the elevation again right here, if I want to pick the level, and I select that. Okay. Once I'm happy with where I picked, I just hit go. Okay, so then it actually takes me to that spot in the model. Okay, so let's for you guys, let's actually go and let's go back here. Let's see if we can just, with the ductwork, let's see if it'll let us do that.
Had iPad. Yeah, if we had iPad. We could pick each level of our out of the 10, and then we could just be a lot easier to navigate. So if you're looking at something, you hit that go button up here. I'll take you right. Take it to that. So kind of the paint slide through with the model, entire model. Oops. Like you do every day now. But yeah, a little more. That'd be fun. Right there.
Okay.
We get nervous. One hang up.
Yeah, what?
Okay. Alrighty. So we've got that one. Frustratingly, I'm sorry that that's not working. I don't know why it's not working as intended.
Yeah, I don't know. I got it, Michael. I got it to work on your model on our iPad. I don't know.
It's just me. I'm the lucky one, is what you're saying.
Yeah. Yep. And we're just fine. Yeah, we're great on our iPad.
Well, good. That makes me feel that's really weird that it's not working. I guess it's just my model, huh? Doesn't like me.
I even used your model.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, it's just something that I who knows.
You used your
iPad. That's weird. Well, okay, so that's good that works. Next is let's see, the viewpoints. Okay, so actually, before we do that, let's go to settings. So let's click right here on our iPad. And on the left side, let's scroll all the way down to glue. And then make sure that you guys have embedded properties and show native viewpoints on. Okay? So show native viewpoints is going to allow you to basically view all of the, even if you didn't share them, like if you brought in a Navisworks model, you're going to be able to see all of the viewpoints that were from that Navisworks model, okay? So that's helpful because basically, you can get more information out of it. So, and then this embedded properties thing will allow you to view basically any properties that you want whenever you're touching something. So for you guys, like your attributes panel, your attributes will show up, okay, if you have those selected. Alrighty.
Embedded properties and which one?
Was it?
What were the two? The embedded properties and what other one?
Embedded properties at the top one here, and then the bottom one. Show native viewpoints.
Turn everything on. Grid lines.
Sure. Well, I mean, it's up to you, but definitely have embedded properties and show native viewpoints turned on, because that's going to give you your Navisworks viewpoints, and it's whether they were shared or not, and it'll also give you your properties that are coming from CAD. Okay. Okay. So back to our model. So basically, we'll go to viewpoints. You can see you can actually add a new viewpoint from glue on your computer or on your iPad. Okay, but you can cycle through all the ones that you've created. Okay. Okay, so basically this is going to allow you to go through and review all of your views, okay? Okay, so next we'll go to markups. So you can add markups to, from the Glue app on your iPad, okay? So if you need to, if there's something that you're at, in the field, let's just go down there. Let's hop on in here. And let's say, okay, right here, we can see, okay, right there, well, just say right there. Right there seems to be a problem, right? We've got a storm drain going through the duct. That is bad. So if we go to our markup tab and we just tap up here in the, so you hit the pencil, then this markups tab comes up. You just hit plus, and it's going to give you the ability to create a markup. Okay, so again, you can change the color. I'm going to make mine red. You can, you can either, you can just regularly mark it up, and then let's say I want to make sure that my text is readable, so I'm just going to have an arrow to it. And I'm going to put text there, and I'm going to say okay. So basically, there you go. I can do that. I can hit save, and it's marked it up. Okay. So also, just like on the desktop, if you just hit notify, then you can pick who you want to send it to, and it will send that markup out to whoever you want it to be sent to.
So does this markup automatically save to the Glue Cloud, or do you have to sync?
Great question. Right now, because I am, what I'm going to do is I'll test that. So I just synced my model. Now let's come on in here and let's check that. So I can see moments ago I did this one. It's downloading it right now.
As long as you're hooked to Wi-Fi. Yeah, I sent you one a little bit ago too. Oh, yeah, there's yours.
Yeah, I'm going to close some stuff on my computer. I have a feeling my Surface has had enough. Okay, there we go. So yeah, see, there we go. Once I close something, then it's decided that it was willing to do it. Okay. So last thing. Okay. Last thing, measure, okay? So similar to before, we've got, okay, of course it's not showing up. There we go. There it is. Okay, so similar to before, we've got a measurement tool. Frustratingly, you cannot save a measurement as a markup for some reason on here. I've asked them repeatedly to change that, and hopefully that's what they're going to do in their next update. I don't know if they will, though, but that's something that they definitely need to fix. Okay, so the first, when you click the measurement icon, you see two other icons show up. So first one is just point to point. The second one is shortest distance. Okay, so why don't you guys toss it around, measure, feel free to create a markup, and then, we'll come back to it. I'll give you guys about 5 minutes on that, okay? So just measure point to point. So again, just when you do that, same thing as on the desktop. It's going to measure exactly wherever that point is to that other point. So it's going to tell you that distance, and then up here it's also going to tell you the X, Y, and Z difference. If you're not seeing the X, Y, and Z difference, it's because you don't have this marked green. Okay? So again, I'll just do that. So now, also again, if you just want to do shortest distance, you select 2 objects and it does it. Like I said, I don't understand why you can't save this as markup, but alas, you cannot. It's
Yeah, I had it on airplane mode. I typed that in. Never get on there. Back to Wi-Fi. Logged in. I don't think about it. I just open. I don't know. Open definitely. Yeah.
okay. But yeah, the measurement tool is pretty good for getting quick elevations in the field. Just tap on one thing, tap on the other. Okay. So quick things to remember while you guys are doing this, while you guys are creating markups and or measurements. Definitely the joystick, that's how you're moving around. Pinch to zoom in. One finger on the iPad rotates. Okay. You can pan also with 2 fingers, but without pinching them. You just have them side to side. Then the joystick moves you north, south, east, west. And then if you want to move around in your 2D view, that's going to be the fastest way to do it.
I didn't say that. My glasses are in my hand.
You can save and notify people of markups in the glue model on the iPad. You can measure things, but you cannot mark them up. You can't save them as a markup like you can on the iPad. So typically what we have people using the iPad for in the field, they're using the measurement tool, they're using immersive view to measure things in the field and to compare what they're looking at versus what they should be looking at according to the BIM model.
I liked how you worded that.
Yes.
So they can send their markup though, right?
Yes.
Okay.
It'll send a mark notification just like
Yeah. Now remember, for the notification to be sent, you do have to have Wi-Fi, obviously, but typically you just do that, right? You mark it up and then you hit notify as soon as you walk into the job trailer. That's how I did it. Like, I mean, I wish that when I was in the field, I wish that the 2D thing would have been there, because I would have had like a much greater acceptance from my superintendents. If that 2D thing just, get them, they pick the spot and then they go there, that would have really, that would have really helped them. They would have been happy about that. That's probably the newest thing in the Glue iPad app, I would say. That and the shared viewpoints.
Michael, you don't know if you know if they're doing a lot of updates to this 360 Glue right now. Our plan view isn't working again now like yours was. And
yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they. I don't know exactly what the new Glue updates are. The only thing that I know for sure is that there was a glitch with IFC models that had basically would not show the correct measurements or volume, or it would basically it put everything automatically by default into metric, regardless of whether you were reviewing an imperial or something. So they're fixing that. So basically all your volume and all that will show up correctly here in the next couple of weeks. There's a workaround for it right now, but that's the only thing that I know for sure that they're fixing with Glue. If there are things that are not working, I strongly encourage you to call me, and then I will get the ticket going, and then I will deal with the Autodesk frustration while you guys continue working. Yeah. And then that's just, my title is Customer Success Advocate. So it's my job to deal with that crap. That's what they pay me for. So, so if something is not working properly, call me up, email me. I'll get, we'll get on a quick go-to meeting or whatever. I will video whatever the heck is going on, and then I'll send it to Autodesk, and I will work through it and then bother you minimally, hopefully. Bother you only once it gets solved. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what they're going to do with what fixes they're going to do with Glue this year, other than a Revit IFC viewer. I hope that they fix, I hope that they fix some of the things that we're having. I hope that maybe you can select multiple things and batch edit things and stuff like that, but I don't know. I have not heard anything yet. So I'll be as pleasantly surprised as you guys whenever 2018 products come out. Or unpleasantly surprised, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, so anything? Go ahead.
Now the fan view thing is working again. I don't know.
Wow. So it's just on and off depending on. See, it has not worked for. At least it's been consistent for me. At least that's pretty great for you. That it's actually kind of it's giving you guys sort of the ability to preview it.
Yeah.
I don't understand why it's doing what it's doing to me. I wonder if it's because I had it turned off. I wonder if it's because I had it turned off in my model, but I don't know.
Have we pretty much covered everything, or is there still more to cover?
No, that's it. If you guys have any questions, that's what I've got right now. Otherwise, go eat lunch. Thanks for.
This is it.
Okay, I've got a couple of questions. I don't know. This just pertains to stuff that I found in the model that we're using on our job right now.
Okay.
we've got some issues when we upload AutoCAD DWG models to Glue, and then I make a merged model, and for whatever reason, some of the models, it brings in all the XREFs with that model that's in that AutoCAD file, and so I'll have like 6 or 7 of the same models, but just attached to different models. You follow what I was saying?
Kind of like Novice when you don't click that button.
Yeah, and Navis, there's an option that says don't merge, or don't what's it called, don't bring in XREFs or whatever, but I don't know if there's an option. You know, it doesn't matter if they're attached or overlaid, even though it's overlaid. The only way I could do it is just by opening the model and deleting all the XREFs out of it and saving it as a separate one and uploading it.
Which is a time killer for sure.
So I didn't know if I was missing a step or a button somewhere. Because we'll have issues where sometimes one CAD model will have an XREF that's older than the actual model that's in the model, so we'll have two separate pipes right next to each other.
Because one was moved the other day and this one wasn't, so it's PR.
Yeah, it creates a lot of
wow. I don't see that. I don't believe so. I don't see the option. I know where the option is in Revit, but I do not see it for AutoCAD.
Can you check into that for us?
Yeah, is there like I will let me write that down so that I can do it. So turn off, hide, or omit XREFs in CAD. CAD MEP when okay, yeah, I'll look into that. I'll start getting that ticket started too. Oh wow, there's all my. Okay, so anything? What else?
Then also I was wondering, is there a way in a merged model? I've got an old CAD model that we aren't using anymore. I deleted it out of the merged model, but I can't delete it out of Glue.
Ah, great question.
It's still connected to a merged model. So is there a right way to delete a file out of
yes,
merged?
and it is very tedious and annoying.
Right first one time.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can show you how to do that. Let's go to. So not only do you have to delete it from the the model that you're in, but you have to delete it from every version that it's in.
Oh,
ow!
What if we have like 100?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
That's what you have to do. That's so. Trying to remember how to get back to version. I think you got to go to merged models. So yeah, so it's possible, but man, is it ugly. It is not fun. Okay, so that one is version 4. Okay, so if I select this one.
Trying to delete a model out of the merged model, so I can delete it off of the model that doesn't pertain to the merged model. Well, we're not even using that model anymore.
Okay, so I guess it's kind of, can you, let's see. So what you would basically do is, go into that merged model and, go through all the versions like this, and you just go, okay, this is the one that I need to delete, okay? Then 2, same thing, 3, same thing. 4, same thing. 756, same thing. You know.
Oh my.
Yeah. So that basically you do that, and then it's gone. Then you can delete it all the way. But if you miss one, then you're going to pull your hair out figuring out which one of the 160 versions.
So, okay. Now, if I were to delete it out of the recent merge model, will it keep coming in the next merge models? I don't remember if that was happening or not. I don't think it is.
No, it shouldn't. No, it shouldn't.
It just exists in glue, and I can't delete it out of the glue file structure. It just sits there. It's not doing anything anymore.
Can you, I mean, would it work if you just put a folder somewhere and just, you know, you put it in a don't use folder or something like, so that it was at the bottom and hidden somewhere? That.
Yeah. Can I move that now that it's part of the merge model? Will it allow it to move to a different folder?
Yeah. Yes, you can.
I don't think it has a difference than a path structure like a normal. It's just part of the cloud, so it knows the model name. I think that's the case. So I don't want that there. Let me check which model this is. Oh, it's one that I made for the underground mechanical piping. We now incorporated into the chiller room. It's not a separate model, just its own paper.
So yeah, you just create a new folder and just say ignore or whatever, something else. Maybe put a Z at the beginning of it so that it's always at the bottom of your list, I guess. Maybe drag it all the way down to your list too, and then just drag and drop that model into that folder.
I can't get to the folder. How do I do that? So do I.
Would you have to just recreate a whole new model?
New merge model, which would be a pain
in the rungas.
Come on.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to do that though, because then you're going to lose any of the information in there, like if you've got clash information or anything like that.
No, this is it. We're done. We're done. This is it for the day. Thanks, you guys.
So that because you're going to have the same thing with that, aren't you?
No, because we're still using your other models. They're just you made another. We're still using your 0, 0 level models. So you just made now a mechanical one.
I have a mechanical model for both the underground and the garden level.
You didn't delete any models though. You're
No.
not using anymore.
But
Adding. So I just gotta add them. Yeah.
How much time would you estimate that like removing the XREFs from prior to gluing? How much time would you estimate that takes you per time that you do it?
It probably takes about right now 2 hours, but once we get we're just starting the project, it'd probably be a whole day.
Just to remove the XREFs?
Yeah, we're gonna have.
Oh my gosh!
Probably 30 or 40 CAD models uploaded once we're got this project going. It's a big
Big
we have, I mean, 40 or 50 CAD models you have to open and then take out the XREF and save it separately and then go to the next one. And
So what it takes I'll just say a long time.
long time. Yeah, it'd be a long time.
Too long a time.
Yes.
But
Okay. I was thinking it would take 20 minutes. To me, 20 minutes is annoying. But one day is like I want to. How you have not like committed mass murder? I'm impressed by you.
We haven't been doing it real heavily yet because we haven't started coordination. So I don't know what they've been doing. If this is a problem, but on our other jobs, this is the first job I've been really using 360 field glue a lot with.
Yeah, we have.
So that's been really a big issue.
Yeah.
So this one, and I talked to everybody we have here, and they don't know how to address that either.
Okay, so how long does it take for you to add the X references back?
Well,
Same thing?
I wouldn't do it. I would open the model, the current model, then I would delete the XREFs out and save it as a separate model.
Gotcha.
And then just discard that model or keep it as a record model.
Gotcha. Okay. So in this instance, basically what you would do is you would save this as whatever the BIM 360 naming convention was for you guys, and the other one would be some other naming convention.
Well, they're the same name. I just save it in a different folder.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Because if we were to have to bring the XREFs back in, it'd probably be another 2 days.
Oh my gosh. That's just that's terrible. Okay.
You playing with it too, you know? He probably show you how to.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's. But I don't know, because some of the models I don't have that issue with. I'm trying to figure out the differences. Not that the XREFs are attached or the other one, what it is, I forget now. Overlaid, because it doesn't seem to have a difference. It doesn't make a difference. Now, I do have another question though. When I'm uploading a model to Glue, sometimes it'll bring up. There's a tab. There's a check mark that says upload folders with it or something like that. Does that have anything? Or what is that for?
Okay, hold on. Say that again.
So if I were to drop a model, upload it, when you do upload models, there's an include folders. If you just hit upload model or add model right now, there's a check mark in the lower left corner.
Yeah.
Include folders, check, uncheck, and what are those folders that it's including? Does that have anything to
Okay,
do?
well, let's say that you've got it broken up. Let's say that you're just, maybe you're working on level 1, level 2, and level 3 right now. Okay, and you've gotten them broken up so that, there's a level 1, 2, and 3 folder, right? Well, you can push those folders, and the models at the same time. So like, if there's models outside of those folders, and then there's still, basically it's going to keep it should keep your folder hierarchy intact if you choose the include folders.
Okay, so I could upload a mass amount of models at one time, folder structure.
Yes. Yes.
So I could when I made this job, there's 10 levels, and each level I've got a hierarchy inside it, and I made it all in Glue. So what you're saying is I could have made that file structure on my computer and then just uploaded that automatically, which would have been a lot faster. Okay,
yes.
I'll do that next. So that's something, that'll be handy.
Lesson learned.
So that's what that is. So that has nothing to do with XREFs. Now, sometimes, like that pop-up that came in on some of your models that said unlinked XREFs or whatever, that comes up every time we upload a model too, and we just do ignore.
Okay. Yeah, I that's usually what I do too. But I know that I do have an XREF in there that I forgot to include in the, you know, when I was doing it. So I know that was actually me screwing up. That wasn't it just saying it.
So what that means is that file doesn't exist in Glue, so it can't find it as an XREF?
Right.
Okay. So, yeah, because we've got, 2D XREFs that we don't have in Glue and stuff like that. So it does still find the XREFs that are in the CAD file, and it links them. I mean, why?
But if you don't have them.
I mean, why would you even care about the XREFs of the file anymore when you're uploading it?
Right.
Okay, I just sent that. I just sent that ticket off for the XREFs thing. I'll probably also add it as a feature request later too, because I have a feeling that I'm sure that's what they'll come back with me on for that one. But and I also sent the ticket in for the for that other one, for the how to solve the walking too fast problem. They've actually replied to me on that one too, so that's moving actually faster than I expected. But anyway, anything else? Oh, offline.